And we're back for our last game before another year. Sounds like that's going to be longer than it actually is.
We sure are gonna miss each other until the next year, that's for sure.
Don't leave me. I can't wait till next year to see y'all.
Although the time gap is still going to be shorter.
It's not fair. I have to wait a whole damn year.
A whole year? Damn. Truly do say that scheduling is the bane of D&D.
It's true.
Well, shall we get us started?
Why not?
Sure.
Did something
Yeah.
just crash? It sounded like something
I
just
have a
crashed.
cat who's trying to get into my office. I'm gonna go let them in.
Ah! Understandable. Have a nice day.
Cats being cats.
Cats being cats.
That could very much easily be the extra title to any episode of Those Who Wander: Cats Being Cats.
Potentially, potentially. But yeah, why don't we get this thing rocking and rolling? Who wants to go first? No takers?
Theme song.
I'm back. I'll go first.
Hell yeah.
Hi, it's me, Xanos Grimm, here within the trenches of the holiday season where everything is canceled or postponed. You can catch me whenever I'm doing something, when I'm doing something over my Blue Sky, where I post everything I do when I do it. Beyond that, for now, that's me. So I will gently bequeath the talking skull to Skelly Alpha.
Yo, what's up, everybody? It's me, Scaly Alpha. You can find me at Blue Sky and Twitch under the same names. This coming up week, rolling up to um the New Year's. I got a couple fun things going on. Monday, we're going to be doing an analog horror watch along at friend Gigi Mars stream. We're going to be doing, I believe, the Backrooms, Kane Pixels Edition, The Oldest View, and possibly Vita Carnus. So if you like that, feel free to stop by. On Tuesday, I will be doing I'll be doing Liminal Lads once again, which is the Minecraft Backrooms with a group of 4 great pals: Technomancer, VT, Hatling Hatteru, and Mocking Moth. And Wednesday, we'll be bringing in the new year, potentially hanging out with Zito, where we do modded Balatro. Rest of the week's a little bit up in the air. Potentially Paper Mario Dungeons and Dragons on Thursday. That's really it for me. If you like any of that stuff, feel free to swing on by. With that, I will pass it over to a little dice decide. I need to roll dice more. Kaz.
Hi, I'm Kaz. You can find me on Instagram and Blue Sky at CastastropheCos or Sarcastic Vision, depending on if you want to see cosplay or art stuff. I've been doing a lot of both. Actually super excited. I am going to be guesting at Fan Expo Portland in a couple of weeks. Um, so if you want to come and see some of my stuff up close and personal, I might even let you touch it. That will be the 16th to the 18th of January. Besides that, I'm just grinding stuff out, doing a lot of art, doing a lot of making, not a whole lot of sleeping. So that's me. I'm gonna drop kick our talking skull to Leah.
Hi, I'm here doing this with some friends on Sunday. I like playing games with friends on Sunday. We should do this more often. Uh, in the future, though, tomorrow being the future, I am on my channel at Amusing Thalia. We're playing some Near Replicant, cool JRPG, and I'm being guided through it by my friend Saris, and we have some other friends who are hanging out with us while we're doing that. So absolutely come check that out if you want some more nerdy nonsense like that. Other than that, you can find me occasionally streaming random things on random days on my own channel, or on Fridays. If you like the way ARP, I play all the NPCs for Cazador's Guide to the Cosmos, which I am joined by my lovely dungeon master here, as well as Sanilla Scrim, and that's on Distortion Devil's channel. So yeah, so that's all my stuff. Dribble. Saris, have you gone yet?
I have not.
Woof.
Howdy. You can find me all over the internet at TixDixel, except Twitter. Yeet. If you haven't already, highly recommend to yeet your ex. But you can find me doing quite a few things, and there's, as far as I'm concerned, a couple things cooking up in the background. Like tomorrow, as previously stated, you can find me over at Leah's channel, going through Near Replicant. It's a good time. We're gonna be exploring some JRPG nonsense, and I'm can't say it enough. I'm very excited for it. Then starting next year, we're back at Distortion Devil's channel for more Cazador's Guide to the Cosmos. I can't believe it. We're gonna have to wait until next year to finish and continue playing that game. Speaking of, we also have to wait until next year for more No Love War Extra, because that's also happening here on this channel, Burnout Bond's channel. And I think that's all I've got coming in the next week. But like I said, keep your eyes out on the social medias. There might be other things coming down the pipeline. And that's me. So I pass the talking skull to our lovely host.
Why, thank you. Hi. First, I want to say thank you to Dracon King for the 5 gifted subs. That's very kind of you. Thank you for sharing the love. But, hey, you've already found me here at twitch.tv/BurnoutVaughn. You can find me on Blue Sky and YouTube at Burnout Vaughn, over on Patreon, Burnout's Bar. Yeah. Aside from this, tomorrow I will also be over watching the Near Replicants as we do everything from have hot takes about Sonic and shonen anime to watching Leah have her first boss fight. So, look forward to that. Aside from that, yeah, coming this next year, we have our next episode of No Love War Extra, where we are over halfway through Dispatch. We're now on to episodes 5 and 6, so if you want to see that, come on out. And Saris, how dare! We'll have words later, but now, since we've gone through all that, it's time for me to play our lovely theme song so we can start up our last game of the year. So, do.
Truly exploitation.
I think they like it.
Just coming back in
I
on
would
Truly
agree with that.
Exploitation was perfect.
Yeah, right? No, sometimes I think they enjoy it. Sometimes I think they enjoy it a little too much. But we're back. That means, as per usual, I do get to ask if anyone would like to start us off with a recap.
I will do it if there are no other noses, but I'm happy to give it to someone else since I did it last time.
Nose goes.
Nose goes.
In that case, if there are no noses,
If
I'm
there are no
happy to do it.
takers, go for it.
All right. Well, when we had last left our strays that sing and their current companion, they had been traveling along the waterways of Carticus, specifically into the Cauldron, a dangerous large lake with some mysterious, let's just say, natural phenomenon, including some boiling blood and a large churning, bubbling, I believe, whirlpool in the middle that we've been warned of. Other than that, though, we had found a mysterious ship which had come to us through the mist, and after hesitating from the dangers aboard, we decided to investigate and finding out mysteries, poisons, and understanding more about what it is that we are facing that threatens Carticus. We returned to our ship and began to rest, continuing into the Cauldron. But as we rested, a couple of the party members found themselves entranced within the same dream and are still currently exploring it.
Thank you very kindly for that recap. Do you have a die of inspiration?
I believe I spent mine last time.
Would you like one?
I will take it.
Please do. We end last session with two people raising rapidly from their slumber, finding the woods that they were accosted by to be nothing more than a figment of a dream. However, others among the ship also find themselves deep within a slumber as Clem. It is not often that you find yourself dreaming where the reality of the dream starts to take shape, or that it starts to, for lack of a better word, come with imagery. The first thing, Clem, that hits your senses is not a visual, nor is it a physical sensation. But first, the thing that hits your nose is the smell of moisture. Moist leaves, in particular. The smell of different plants, different flora and foliage, soaked by what you can only assume is some sort of rain. When your eyes open, you find yourself not in the bed that you crawled into, nor do you find yourself on the forest floor. Instead, you find yourself, yes, out in the open woods, but to your surprise, seated at a table with wooden chairs both under and beside you, a wooden, very simple but clearly very well done, round table dressed with what you now realize are various forms of stoneware. You see a kettle, steel, the only thing that isn't made of clay. You see bowls of some sort of substance and mugs that you only assume are intended to be filled with whatever's in that kettle. And at the current moment in time, immediately, you find the other chairs at the table are empty.
How many other chairs are there?
In total, there's
Mhm.
the one that you're seated at, and there are 3 others. It looks as well that one of the chairs, the one that's directly across from you, seems to have a little bit more decoration to it. Carvings and engravings in the wood that make it stand out just a little bit more. You'll also notice that the table has been lit up with what you immediately recognize, having seen it before, is a dancing lights spell. And before you ask, if you look to your hands and you look to your feet, you find that they are unbound.
The room I am in, how large is it?
It's a forest clearing. You
Oh,
do
it is
see,
a forest clearing. Got it.
It is a forest clearing. You do, however, see a bit of an overhang. You're not actually seated underneath it, interestingly enough, but you see a wooden overhang a little off to your east. There doesn't seem to be any sense of, like, shall we say, foundational sort of structures. Like, there's nothing that seems to be permanent. You do, however, now that you're really getting accustomed to your surroundings, see remnants of a campsite.
Can I determine how recently the campsite was used?
Go ahead and roll me a survival check.
Oh, yay, I love these. 3.
You aren't really sure, but you find it odd that there would be, leftover tents, pair of boots.
The
fire-
kettle, is it over, the fire going? Is it over the fire and kind of,
Yeah. Yeah. And it's actively
what does
going.
it smell like?
It smells of... Actually, you know what? Let's make this interesting. This will be with advantage. Roll me a nature check.
Yeah. Treason.
21. Ah, man. It smells of chamomile with a little bit of, you think maybe vanilla? But you definitely smell that dull but heavy scent of fresh chamomile that's been ground and has been brewing.
Oh. Kind of look around. Pardon? Anyone here? Do you mind if I have some tea? It smells really good.
As if on cue, you watch as the kettle raises. Like vines growing out from the trees, reaching down to grab the kettle, bringing it in front of you and pouring you a mug.
Thank you.
You see the tree almost like give like a flourish in its branch
I give a little bit of a bow as well.
before there is what you're realizing is probably some type of stew or soup now that you get a look of it in the bigger bowls. And you watch as crawling up from below the table, Ivy, live, almost wild, but with a job to do, as it crawls over the edge of the table and in its cluster picks up the bowl and a serving spoon and begins to serve you.
Oh, for me, well, don't mind if I do. I go sit back down at the table and I politely, like napkin up, pull the bowl closer. I say a quick prayer of thanks to the mist. May the mists grant us all that we need, and in them we find that which we seek. Thank you.
The ivy crawls back down. And as you get to see this stew, by the way, and it's nothing too extraordinary, but you do smell the presence of oregano and bay. You even see the physical bay leaf kind of floating.
Oh, I'm gonna do the chef thing, and I'm gonna, like, with fingers just pull it out and, like, suck it on the tongue, like stick it on the tongue and suck it for a little bit before setting it on the table.
Mm-hmm. That's fresh.
This is delicious, by the way. I don't know who prepared it, but give my compliments to the chef.
Compliments taken.
Pardon? Kind of look around.
Roll me a perception check.
I also love these. 8.
You aren't immediately sure. It's a bit hard to see. Now you actually notice that there are mists surrounding the area. Very low. They're not thick, but they're present. Until eventually you hear the sounds of footsteps approaching.
I turn towards them.
And as if on cue, the ivy actually grows upon the chair across from you and pulls it out. And in front of you stands a cloaked figure, face shrouded by darkness and the shadows of the cloak. You notice that the individual carries with them a large quarterstaff with what appears to be a lupine skull surrounding a reddish orb. As you see this individual approach, I hope that you find it to your liking, then.
Rather delicious, I must say.
I would hope.
Was it you who prepared it, or are you the, chef, I suppose?
In a way, one could call it that. Although you'll have to give some credit to yourself, of course. The certain elements provided here drawn from your own mentality. You have quite the imagination.
I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage, friend. It seems as though you know who I am, and yet I do not know who you are.
Well, I would have to sorely disagree with that, though we've never met in person. I see that you shed your robes for a pair of others, and I have heard stories shared of a church that carries no name. Forgive me for being curious.
Clem pauses. That silence is not me, like, not knowing what to say. Clem genuinely just sits with that for a second. They're gonna lean forward, and they're gonna grab the tea once more and just take a long sip of it. Just a... I believe I do have an inkling who you are now. What do you
I would hope.
want?
Want. It's a funny verb, isn't it? There are many things in this world that we would want. I suppose your question is more along the lines of, why am I here? Is it not?
Why have you approached me?
I repeat. I heard stories of a church with no name. You'll have to forgive my curiosity. I thought it appropriate and pertinent to meet with the priest themselves.
Clem pauses for a second. They're the like white knuckle that's starting. They like slowly take a deep breath and let the grip, the fist, sort of relax a little bit. I see. Well, perhaps then I can have an amiable conversation with you and bring you into the fold.
The fold.
Yes. You see, if I am to understand correctly, you are a member of, if not the leader of, the cult with no name. Do I have this correct?
An astute observation.
Clem leans forward, and there is a look of like genuine earnestness on their face. It is not too late. It is never too late. You can stop now. This does not have to be the way that you have led it so far. The influence you have, those that trust and believe in you, you can use that for good. You can use that to save the people of this land. It does not have to be this way. You can still stop. You can choose to stop now.
Pause. To do good. To save people. From my perspective, that is indeed what my aims are. That is what I am doing. I find it interesting that you would ask me to stop when my aims are to aid the people of Cardicus.
By making them sick? By filling the very land with a plague that eats at its soul?
Change is never easy, nor is it ever clean. Change must always come with ups and downs, trials and errors. It is not ever a linear process. Of
What a
that,
human
I'm sure
understanding of change.
you could understand. Am I wrong?
Yes, in my opinion, yes, you are. Change does not happen in the way that you think it does. Change only happens in the way that you think it does because of who and what you are. You have lost touch with this land. Change does not happen with ups and downs. Change is change. Change is moving forward. You seek to drag us back to rot.
Is it backwards? My understanding of the circle, the cycle of life is that eventually we all do return to the earth. Is that not the direction we are going?
It appears as though you seek to hasten this. I would not consider that natural. And if we are talking about cycles, then yes, what is ahead is also behind.
And yet there are some that would look at these cycles and would do nothing more than to try to break them, than to try to absolve themselves of these cycles. I simply would like to return the land into its proper alignment.
The land will find its proper alignment, with or without you. It is a sign of an immense ego to believe that you are the one who can put the land right by yourself, to believe that you know better than the mists that govern, that care for, that created the very land you walk on.
And yet it is from the mists that this guidance is obtained.
Clem leans back, and there's probably the creak of the chair as Clem does so. You believe you are led by the mists?
That is one way of putting it, yes. That guidance has been brought by the mists. After all, myself and my children would not be able to cross it without its blessing. Is this not something you also believe?
Oh, what a fool you are to believe that just because the mists allow passage, that they condone your actions. No, these lands bring many here, some of which are not intended to be. But the land will chew up and spit out that which does not belong. And as I say that, I stand up and cast Eldritch Blast towards him.
Oh, hell yeah, let's go.
Like full on, like the table gets knocked over, just
Yep.
like chains
Yep.
shoot out from
Yep.
from underneath the sleeves.
Yep, let's go. Hit me.
17.
Now understand,
Mhm.
I am going to roll a contested roll to this.
Oh yeah,
I will
absolutely.
tell you what happens. I wonder what story the dice will tell today. That is a hit! Describe to me what happens in this space as you land a hit.
So, because of the way that my chains work, they drag things closer to me. So, like as I knock the table up, the chains shoot out, and one goes around the like waist, the other goes like not around like the neck to the point they're choking. They probably like get a hand in, so it's like not fully around the neck, but it's enough to get them off balance. And I pull them towards me, and then my hand shoots up, and rather than going for the throat, I just grab the cloak and I try to yank it off so I can see them.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, I will say, due to the nature of the spell being cast on you, you're not able to see the face of the person behind the cloak. However, you are able to knock them prone, and you are able to knock the staff out of their hand. You watch in that moment as you drag them to the ground that they actually attempt to fight back. Is that a grapple for your
I'm
your
attempting to
abilities?
grapple, yes, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
With my bonus action, yep.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll me a contested. Is it athletics for you?
It would be
Remind me.
athletics, yeah. That's
Yeah.
a 10 on my end.
I love it when dice tell a story. You watch as he struggles and genuinely tries to fight the chains, able to grab hold of the quarterstaff once more with both hands, but is not able to free himself. Well,
Kind of.
then. Nope, you go
Just
first.
slowly lift them off the ground just a little bit, just by the scruff and with the chains just gripping a little bit tighter.
Well, then. I see what stance that you were taking, and I thought that we could maybe have an amicable conversation. he who draws the first blow is the one who makes the stance, I see. This is not an unfruitful meeting. I think I understand more, even if ever so slightly, about this church with no name.
You're
He
wrong
does
about
not seem to-
one thing. Clem, let's let that hang in the air. Kind of leans forward a little bit. I did not strike the first blow. Leina holds that.
Leina. Ah. I remember. The earth remembers her fondly.
Then you can tell it we're coming for you. And I let him go.
Lands on his feet. You watch as he wipes, not like a full-on wipe, but that, sort of patting
Brushes
the
themselves off, yeah.
Yeah, more like not getting dirt off the self, but a little bit, but not really, considering now that you've really gotten a solid look. I mean, these clothes are dyed by the elements, right? You see the armor underneath the cloak is literally made of mushroom. And you see the skin underneath the clothing, just little bits darkening, like I've described it before, but I'll describe it again, like black veins discoloring the skin and making it look unhealthy, to say the least. As the old one then looks to you and says, "That we knew. That became obvious a while ago. But nevertheless, I shall wait. But do not think that I wait in stagnation. Do not think that I wait twiddling my thumbs. While you take your time trying to find us, we will be ready for whenever it is you find the door." You watch as before you get a chance to really retort, the orb on the staff begins to glow a bright red. And he, with both hands, drives the bottom of the staff into the ground. You watch as that same ivy from before coils around him until it completely encompasses him and drags him into the ground, with the last thing being the lupine skull with that flickering orb until it completely flattens into the dirt.
May I describe what Clem was physically doing as they were
Sure.
speaking at that last moment?
Sure,
Clem
absolutely.
kind of relaxes, and as they're finishing that speech and the mists begin to swirl and they're descending in, Clem reaches into their pocket and begins to flip through a thing of cards. And without speaking, without saying anything, and I'm literally pulling one right now, I flick a card and I don't even look at it, I just show it to him. And it is 8 of Wands.
Okay. And as he disappears, you replace your cards, I am assuming on your person.
Mm-hmm.
And the tree does offer you a refill on the tea.
I take
Should
it.
you I was gonna say, should you take it, you find yourself waking up with the literal taste of chamomile on your lips.
Just to the tree. Thank you very much. Very much need this after that. Whew.
And you gain 5 temporary hit points.
Heck yeah.
I will leave it up to you how exactly Clem wakes up from that dream. Whether or not it is a cold sweat like Leina and a Festial, or whether it is simply your eyes open. I will leave that up to you.
Clem sleptwalked. They're on the prow of the ship in the same position they were on when they were praying to the mists before we saw the ship, before we saw the other boat. So when they come to, there's the like breeze on the face, the little taste of water in the air. Also, the position of the card, it is upright. 8 of Wands.
Okay, good to know.
That was Bubba in chat. I just wanted to double, make sure I got that.
Mm-hmm. For both Razvan and Branson, the two of you find not necessarily the most restful sleep, but you do find your sleep to be dreamless. As the two of you wake up, feeling not necessarily like you're fully rested, but not necessarily in that sense of like, wow, I have all the energy in the world. I feel great. No. You sure did sleep. You sure did rest. But that certainly wasn't the best sleep you've ever had. With all 5 of you awake, Clem, you're on the prowl. This means that upon waking up, Razvan, Branson, and Leina, there is one bed empty when you all wake up.
Did Branson and Razvan wake up in the same bed?
No.
Damn.
I mean, that's up to you.
I mean, unless you
That's-
wanted
I mean,
to.
that's
I mean,
up to
that's
you
a-
if you want.
Yeah,
like,
that's entirely up to y'all. I mean,
I just want
I
to
just
imagine.
imagine Branson. I imagine Branson's on the bed and Rosvan's like sleeping on the ceiling, like looking straight down at him.
No, I just imagine like Branson went to bed alone, wakes up with Razvan. Somehow he's the little spoon.
Razvan will count heads. Who is missing?
in this case, it would be Clem, as a Festial, as far as I'm concerned, is in the captain's quarters.
No, he's under a bed.
Is he?
No.
Full of beans all of a sudden.
She's just like, nah, screw it. No, never mind the captain's quarters. The floor is mine.
I got scared. I didn't want to be alone.
This giant, comfy bed that is good for your back and your posture. Nah.
Nah.
Razvan
Yeah,
will immediately head to the rear mass, kind of walking upstairs and gathering himself.
You see Clem.
Ahoy, Clem. Did you rest well?
Hello, Razvan. As well as could be, considering the vividness of the dream I just experienced.
You had a dream.
Yes, and remind me, I have it in my notes, but I want to double check. that on the last time there were dream sequences, did the people who had them mention them to the other party members or not?
Sometimes yes.
Okay.
Sometimes yes.
I believe it was akin to the dreams described by Leina Razvan, not but a day ago.
I see.
Oh,
I
Brant,
do
my apologies.
recall having a dream on the ship, and dreams surrounded by the mist. Was it impactful for you?
Yes, it was. Informative.
Some will simply nod.
I'm afraid not much can be gleaned from it, but I am afraid to inform you all that whatever it is, this cult that we are fighting, wherever they are preparing for us.
Oh, that much I guessed already. I ask you a personal question.
Of course.
You have a relationship with the mists, yes?
Yes.
When did
It's
that start?
Quite a deep one. How much do you know of the goblin people? I have come to understand that goblins are different where you're from, yes?
Yes, admittedly very little even from where I am from.
Here, the term goblin was adopted. It came from a realm similar to yours and was used to describe my people. They were once human. Or we were, I suppose. But long ago there was a witch. Powerful cauldron, powerful magic. And through a dark ritual, well, the goblin people were born. Originally controlled by this entity when heroes freed them, us, from our mystical bindings. Well, the magic didn't leave. We were infused with the very magic of these realms themselves. We became more connected to the mists. It is my belief that if we're a human or another individual from these lands were to go to your realm, they would survive, they would thrive even. But there are many myths in my people that speak of our dependence on the mist. I'm not certain I would be able to live long were I not here. It's cultural, I suppose, but myself, I do have a personal connection that came later. Suppose I answered your question in a way, but also didn't explain my personal connection. Do you wish to know more about mine, or were you speaking about just the mists?
No, you have a funny way of dancing around the question, but it is not an unpleasant one. That being said, I am more curious as to, I suppose, the connection you have with the mist. Is it one based purely off faith, or can you commune with it?
I believe I can commune with it, but it is largely faith. I was part of a an expedition group. Our job, what we were doing, really does not matter. We were traveling, gathering supplies for our people. I was simply there to assist. I was trained in herbalism at the time. It's my origins, and I was there to take care of those on the journey who maybe got injured, felt sick. I made coffee every morning. But tragedy befell us. No one survived to save me. I do not fully know what happened. But I know that in wandering the woods after, I would have surely been eaten or killed, or worse. Were it not for... And I like, look up towards Omen, where Omen is perched on the crow's nest. A gift. An omen.
I see.
Led me out of the mists, and I found my way to Skald, and I have been there since. I am skipping over my relationship with the cult in this story, but suffice to say it happened somewhere in the midst of all that.
I understand. I appreciate you answering the question.
I hope I
suppose I
was able to do so.
I suppose I should get back to the helm.
Yes, if you need anything from me, please don't hesitate to ask.
Need? I don't know if I need anything.
If I may assist you in any way.
Well, the rigging always needs pulling, but that being said, I remember when I had my dream, right, all upon this ship, it took me a while to process. I suppose I should afford you the same thing.
Well, manual labor can assist with processing, so point me at the right rope and I'll try my best.
So can the bottom of a bottle, but some things are healthier than others.
Not one for alcohol myself.
It's still, one can swallow down their feelings just the same. Take your time, Clem.
Appreciate it. Razvan,
You'll
you
nod
take
before.
care of yourself.
You'll nod before heading towards the helm.
Clem takes his advice and stays there on the prow for a bit.
And as we shift the camera below deck, Leina, Branson, what have you two?
Leina would have slowly leaned up and probably sat on the edge of the bed for a time and might have like slowly reached up a hand to pick at the bandages a little bit. Obviously they never have and still don't have any kind of give to them. But it's only after a moment she realizes, like, there are people missing. She, like, looks Branson's way and says, maybe the others have gone topside or below to the kitchen?
You see Branson just sharpening, like, his main axe with, like, a whetstone. Actually, no, he's using the actual whetstone that he went to all the trouble to find. But he just kind of looks at him and goes, I saw Razvan leave as I was waking up. I assume he's tending to the... You watch the gestures towards the air. The wheel, we'll call it the wheel. Otherwise, I'm not sure if Clem ever came back after taking last watch. I was probably going to go get something, see if there's any coffee ready, take it to the captain. Otherwise, are you okay?
I'll be fine. Bit of a rough sleep, but got at least some good rest in.
Would be okay
I can
for...
go. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, when hearing rough sleep, would it be okay if Branson insights, considering the fact we've all been slightly open about how rough sleep can be here?
Yeah, go for it.
Alrighty. That's a 20.
That's pretty damn good. You can tell, like, there have been nights where obviously sleeping has been rough and the like, but something about this particular sleep seemed to bother her unusually so. Doesn't seem like she can really let her jaw rest, if that makes sense. Have you ever seen someone like move their jaw around a good bit? Like she's mulling something around in her head. Like you haven't seen her like this since the time with the dream right before the group left melancholy.
Branson will like see this, like grunt to himself, put the whetstone away, and then just be like, "Come, let us get a coffee. You look as if it was a long night." He'll just say, just not really trying to like call them out on it.
Mm-hmm.
And just gestures towards below deck.
She gives a small smile and says, "You know, that actually sounds lovely. Let's go get something."
Alrighty.
She would head below deck along with Branson.
While the two of you are, I'm assuming you're brewing coffee, are you also making food?
Leina probably would like move in that direction. Honestly, like the needing coffee to wake up will probably roll into like a stomach grumble, and then Leina would probably start making food.
Yeah, Branson would look for any meat and see if it needs to be prepared, or if they luckily just have dried meat.
Whatever meat you do have is dried.
Good.
We can make a nice meal and have something nice to eat and drink for Festio when they get up.
Branson's like full swallowing like 4 like things of jerky at once. Yes, that. As you just watch as he's just starting to brew the coffee.
Unhinged jaw.
As the two of you are preparing the meal, we are going to pan back up to the second floor into the captain's quarters. Festial. You've risen from your own fair share of dreams. What are you up to?
He has elected to not get up, or at least not leave the room. He's sitting at the desk, kind of crudely doodling out some of the imagery he saw in that dream last night. And he'd probably be at it for a while, kind of losing track of what time it is.
As you do, roll me a perception check.
Oh, that is a 20?
You aren't alone in your room. There's somebody else here.
Oh.
You hear the sound of a floorboard creaking, and it doesn't sound like the natural creak of the ocean tossing the boat around. It sounds like someone stepped on a plank.
As he hears that, he stops what he's doing and turns around.
You see a small grayish-blue lump currently kneading at your blankets.
Well, that didn't take you long to occupy that space. Good morning, Juji.
Good morning, Hephaestio. I have to say, these are very nice.
Well, you're welcome to them.
I would hope so. I've already found a good spot. Still warm.
I noticed. You sleep well.
As well as a cat can on the ocean. Well, it's not an ocean. It's a river. Feels like an ocean.
Water is water.
It really is. It's all wet. And when they say the word wet, you can see the, like, crinkling of the nose and, like, the baring of fangs.
Well, I have you in here. There's actually something I've been meaning to ask. If you don't mind.
I can't say that I do. Though questions being asked about questions don't exactly give any insight as to what is being asked.
Kind of rolls his eyes as he says that. Right. I believe we may have gotten off on kind of an awkward foot. But I am curious. How is it you were able to see what you saw? I pride myself in hiding these details pretty well.
Well, let's just say I'm really good at hiding.
So,
I always keep an eye out, regardless of where I am.
well, I was going to ask if there was some sort of clairvoyancy, but what, you just snoop?
If I said the answer might be both, would you be disappointed?
No disappointment at all. I'm just trying to figure out how that happened.
Let's just say I've seen a few things. A physical this and that, and a metaphysical that and there, and I suppose I should apologize. And you can hear, like, you can see the, like, the hesitancy and, like, the gritting of teeth as they say apologize. I'm not one for catering to all of the feelings, but I've been made aware that you were upset by my attempt at camaraderie and sharing similar things.
Oh, I'd be lying if I said you didn't surprise me, but regardless, it's fine, and I appreciate your apology.
Do you see them, like, gag? You aren't sure for a second if it's a hairball or they're gagging at the word apology.
But you and I seem to share some traits, and I do see that. And I also apologize for overreacting. It's not something I'm used to.
You see them, like, lick their foot and, like, wash their face a little bit. That I can understand. Things that we aren't used to often frighten us. I can't say that I've ever been accustomed to a person being able to transform into a giant elk, but what do I know? I'm simply a cat.
He kind of sits back in the chair and crosses his arms with a smug smile. So you've been around for a while.
I have my ways.
Well, I'm not here to keep secrets. That one is just complicated.
I understand. By all accounts. And they do a big stretch. This is one of mine. I suppose we're tit for tat then.
Fair enough.
Was there anything else you needed from me?
No. Carry on. Stay in here if you'd like.
Oh, by the way. And you watched as they resume kneading, this time a different section of the exact same spot. You're new to this whole captain thing, right?
What gave it away?
Yeah, well. First time for everyone. And who am I to talk? I can't drive a ship, even if I wanted to. But the reason I bring it up, between you and me, we're about to head within the next, oh, I don't know, day or two, couple days. I think we have a couple days left. I really am not that great at geography. You'll have to forgive me, especially not here. But nevertheless, I would make sure that you come across or come up with some sort of game plan, as they say. Some sort of strategy for approaching the Cauldron. I've heard stories.
What kind of stories?
Well, stories are a currency, my friend. But I'll give this one as, we'll call it rent. For sleeping on your bed. Staying on your ship. That sort of thing. The Cauldron is called the Cauldron because it is considered one of the deadliest bodies of water. There are two. One of the reasons it is called the Cauldron is because of how tumultuous the currents are, and because of how aggressive the mouth is. It is said that a number of different streams and rivers collide into waterfalls into the Cauldron. It is said, though I don't know how much I believe it, that there are things that live in its crevices amongst its walls and in the bottom. But of course, and this is the biggest thing, only few, very few, have ever made it out of the Cauldron alive. The only other story I've ever heard of was by a guy named Harkin Lucas. Claims to have been inside of it, survived it, and got out.
Interesting. Well, I appreciate your information. I'll confer with everyone on the best way to approach.
Oh, and one more thing, while I'm here. Keep an eye on the woods. I understand that we are in the water, but of course, we are in a valley. Just because there aren't things in the water at all times does not necessarily mean that there aren't things in the trees.
I've already seen lots of things in these woods. I dare not take my eye off them.
A wise decision, Captain Hephaestion. Now, don't let me distract you too much. I see you've got many things to do, and I am going to take a nap.
Yes, I'll leave you to it. Thank you,
And-
Judy.
My pleasure. And you watch as they do quite literally do the thing where they circle around themselves like 5 times before becoming loaf. With that,
And,
yeah, go for it. Go for it.
I was just gonna say, Ophesia will leave them to their sleep and head downstairs.
Sure thing. And you smell. What does coffee smell like, my friends?
It's been spiced the fuck up. Clem makes like Mexican coffee, so there's like heat in it.
Ooh, oh, okay.
And some like capsaicin. We got a little maybe like I don't know what kind of peppers grow in the area, but there's got to be something spicy. And absolutely, I'm throwing that in the coffee.
Sure thing.
Oh, that sounds really good. And Leina would have whipped something together with what is available with like the food aboard and the rations that she's carrying on her.
Absolutely. I believe the party also got additional things from the other ship.
Yes.
It,
I know we got a collection of rations, but I'm not sure what we wrote all down.
yeah, I wrote it all down somewhere. I know we had a decent amount of rice, some fruit and vegetables, some jerky.
You got enough there to make a hearty meal. Probably take some of the rice, some of the vegetables, and some of the fruit.
I'll sort of make like maybe like a really rich porridge or something like that.
Yeah.
Like the closest thing you can get to like a rice stir fry.
Kanji.
Yeah.
Make like a sweet kanji with like fruit.
That's what Leina would probably be working on.
I just imagine Branson gets like. I imagine Branson gets like a pair of apples and he just bites through half of them. Just seemingly unafraid of swallowing apple seeds for various reasons.
I'm scared to ask, but I must. How does Branson eat string cheese?
Honestly, just tips head back, mouth open. Like I said in call text for chat. Canonically has no gag reflex, so you do the math.
You're saying he full throats string cheese, doesn't even chew?
Nah, it doesn't. He doesn't really have to. I'm abusing snake logic.
Damn.
You're learning so many things about you, Branson.
Branson just turns like with a. Go ahead.
Consumes the entire Twix, doesn't even take it out of the wrapper.
I just imagine you like coughs it up later. But yeah, no, Branson will turn like with like half an apple still being chewed because that's one of the few things he has to chew. Just like, huh?
Oh. Hello, Ophesia. How are you doing?
Morning. I'm alright. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. She says, like, kind of like looking back at the food and trying to, almost like she's focusing on it a little bit too hard for the couple seconds.
Would you like some help?
Oh, certainly. And she would like sidle a little bit out of the way, to provide room for Festial.
Yeah. Just gonna kind of peep what you're doing and see where he can step in.
She's probably just preparing ingredients, probably adding it to the pot as it's roiling at the moment.
So meanwhile, Branson would hand them a cup of coffee and just be like, "So how did you sleep?"
Oh, good, actually.
That's actually great to hear.
I mean, strangely good, but well, I mean, take what you can get around here, right?
Yes, some nights are unfortunately unrestful. At least tonight, some of us got some decent rest, which is important. I believe that Rosvan and Clem are topside, if I were to take a guess at the moment.
Yes, after breakfast, I think we should convene and come up with a plan of attack for the rest of this journey. It's probably going to be very rough.
She would nod at that. It's a good idea to have a tactical and sound plan in case anything goes awry.
And considering our luck, it probably will.
Yes, I don't foresee us getting out of this without more combat.
Well, I mean, we were coming here to kill them anyway.
Well, and combat might be the least of our worries. It's getting there that might be the most dangerous part.
I wonder how Clem... I don't... Maybe I was just too tired and still waking up, but... Did any of you hear Clem leave their bed?
Well, there was
I
no
can
axes
speak on
embedded in... Go ahead.
Nope, you're good.
Branson just looked. Well, there was no axes embedded in the wall, so obviously I didn't.
Was Clem not in the room when you all awoke?
I don't believe so. Although I'm sure if there was something wrong, Razvan would have said something. Might be worth it just to check up on Clem afterward. I'm not sure how everyone's sleep went.
It's probably a good idea.
Leina would probably, like, while making the dish, probably reach up and fidget with her bandages a little bit more.
I would say at this point, Festial, if you want to give an insight check on Leina as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's kind of like watching her to see if she even has like a recollection of what they dreamed about, and it kind of seems like she does. But he doesn't want to bring it up. That's a 16 insight.
In all the time that you've seen Leina, the only time she ever messed with her bandages before is when she would hand off the small strip that she can tear off of the one dangling part to, like, use that strange supernatural ability. She's never really fidgeted with her bandages before.
Something bothering you, Leina?
Huh? Then she quickly retracts a hand. Maybe a little. I don't know. I think I had a strange dream last night, and it got to me a little bit, I suppose.
Do you remember it?
I do. At least some of it. I think the part that got to me the most is I wasn't like this.
Has that happened before in a dream?
Yes, but it didn't feel quite as real in the past. Felt strange. Not having any of these bandages or the abnormalities with my arms. There were others there too. If I remember right, I think you were there.
Yeah, I remember it.
There's 3 seconds where she goes back to cooking. And then, suddenly it registers. And then she looks back and she's like, what?
Yeah, Branson will choke on some of his food. She's like, we're sharing dreams now.
I mean, it's odd, sure, but I mean, what else is new around here?
Oh, well, I don't fully remember the dream, so if I might have said something untoward or something happened, I apologize.
Oh, no. You're fine. I'm just concerned. You know, I think these dreams come to us to try to tell us things that we wouldn't otherwise know. There's some stuff I saw in that dream myself that I've been fixating on since I woke up.
Yeah. I had a bit of a strange feeling about some of that as well. It was nice not looking as I do now. At the same time, if I recall, there was a bit of a tussle going on in the dream. I felt a little useless.
Well, from what I remember, you're just so used to how you are now that taking those things away is a little disorienting.
Yeah. I wonder what it all could mean.
Well, there's nothing you can do about it now, but don't forget it. I'm sure it'll come up.
Thank you. And then she would give you probably the first time she's given a warm smile in a minute. I'll have this food ready for you as soon as possible. It shouldn't take too long.
Well, not with two of us. I'm sure a good meal will clear all our heads.
Just slowly looks over Brant's way. It's like, are you sure you don't want any?
Brand's just holding up 3 more strips of jerky and another apple with a giant chunk out of it. I'm good. Then just slurps on his coffee.
She just gives you a quick nod with a bit of a smile.
At this point, do the three of you head up to the top deck?
Yeah. Leina would help carry some of the dishes of food up for them as well.
Okay. The three of you find Clem. Clem, are you still at the prowl at this point?
How would it be about real time? The amount of time that it's been?
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah, I think
At the very
maybe
least.
after about a half hour or so of kind of staring off the prow, Clem would have made their way back towards the helm and started asking Razvan, like, what ropes they can assist with, and
Sure.
not like actually intending to like learn here because it takes more time, but is like asking, he's like trying to familiarize themselves with the ship so they don't have to keep asking.
Sure. Sure. So the three of you would notice Razvan taking the helm once more and Clem adjusting probably some of the ropes towards one of the masts. I take it, Leina, you offer the kanji to Razvan and Clem.
Absolutely. She would come upstairs and say, I've got some hearty breakfast here for both of you. We got some coffee brewing down below as well.
I'd say Branson brought just
much
a
obliged.
pair of cups for him.
I hope you all slept well.
Got a good rest, I will at least say. The night didn't go exactly peacefully, however.
Clem kind of nods. Leina,
Yes.
may I speak with you on the prow for a moment? And I kind of like gesture and start walking that direction.
She would look at the others for just a moment, and then she would nod your way and head over to you.
I walk up towards the front of the ship and once again turn towards. I actually am like looking away, but I look towards you for a second before looking back out into the sea. I believe I must apologize.
For what?
Last night, I've experienced dreams before. I've experienced memories within a dream. I do not think I had ever been spoken to in a dream prior to last night. Whoever this individual was that spoke with me, I can say with certainty that they relate to you in some way. And I must apologize, I lost my temper. And in my anger, I spoke your name.
There's kind of a lapsing pause as she considers what this could mean. I worry what that could hold in the future. Did you find out anything about this individual?
Some. They appeared old in some way. I will refer to them as the old one, for lack of anything better to call them. I believe they were masculine, but with the robes it is hard to tell. They wielded a staff with a canine skull and a red orb. They believe that they are putting this realm right. They are prepared for us. I believe I may have acted hastily. I could have been more diplomatic. I could have been more polite. I could have been more duplicitous, gained more information. I could have perhaps even made it less dangerous for our approach. But were I to have done that, I would have been lying. And while I am not opposed to a lie, it was not a moment where I felt I should. But nonetheless, I put you in danger, and that is my fault. So for as long as you remain in danger, I shall endeavor to protect you as best I can.
Thank you, Clem. I fear at the end of my road, I'm going to get what I want. Danger is sure to arrive, so... I suppose...
Danger.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You were speaking.
Oh, she would say, I suppose it's good to know something about it beforehand.
It's not something I wish to keep from you, but whether we fear it, whether we wish to run away, our future will come regardless.
She would slowly nod to that, and she'll say, I tried the running away part. It didn't work for me.
Then let us face it head on together.
Thank you for telling me this, Clem.
I apologize once more, Leina.
I'm not mad. If anything, I hope you startled that individual with that name.
Let's just say they know what my chains feel like now.
Well, sounds like you gave them the what for.
At least to what extent I could. If I were to guess, they were in control of that circumstance the whole time, and any actions I took were merely information gathering.
I know Vestio will want to talk about this some too, but seems like we've put a few things together, and we may have shared a dream last night.
Well, that is special.
It was interesting for sure.
Are you well? Are you alright?
Yeah, the dream got to me a little. I was myself again before everything happened during the dream, and it felt a little too real compared to the other ones. So, left a little bit of lingering thoughts. But, I'll be fine in due time.
I hope that to be true.
I'm not sure how you got up here so quietly, out of bed, but I'm certain that you're hungry. You should enjoy yourself a good breakfast.
If I had to guess, the mists themselves probably carried me. Out of character, Clem, eat while sleepwalking, misty step to the top deck.
I mean, you could probably see through the grate right here.
Mm-hmm. Just whoop, whoop.
As the ship tentatively comes to quiet, five of you actually hear a little bit of singing below deck. Clem, you would recognize this instantly as a Song of the Vistani.
Clem probably just starts to hum along with it a little bit.
You would also, I think, recognize after it goes quiet a little bit that Sasha probably took some of the food from downstairs and is eating. As it is not uncommon for the denizens of Carticus to sing prior to a meal as thanks. Quick little reminder that they're still aboard and they're still assisting in some ways. Is there anything else that any of the five of you wish to do in this moment?
I do have one thing. It might take a minute, though.
No, go for it.
All right. You'll watch as Branson starts tying a rope around his waist and just be like, Clem, Leina, I need some help here.
Quickly makes their way up to you to assist.
Leina would head that way as well.
All right, and above again, I just want to say, Branson will look over the edge of the boat. Are we still in water that's vaguely blood-colored and boiling?
Yep.
Okay, well. So I may have a new power that will help us in our trek towards the Cauldron, but I had not, as he just looks back over, accounted for whatever this is, as he just gestures at the boiling, like, blood water. So I'm going to need to test if it'll work.
Alright. Do you need to get down close to it?
Yes, just hold on to the rope and be ready to pull me up if I need it. Okay.
Can do.
Alright. Brent will get over there, take a deep breath once or twice, and then just, you'll feel the entire deck charge as you all get the benefits of this. Water walk. Branson's now going to see if it's possible to walk across the water, considering how boiling it is.
Well, considering the fact that the spell even says that you can, in fact, walk across lava,
I had not checked that,
I
so...
would say, as you lower, it perhaps surprises you, takes you a bit off guard, but your feet do not become submerged. In fact, I would make the argument that the water, despite its boiling look, is actually, it's not cold, but it is colder than you expected, at a solid lukewarm.
Huh. Brance will just, like, stand there occasionally, like, just, he'll take off one of his gloves and run his hand through the water, just be like, this place is so confusing. Not realizing that he's, again, just, go ahead.
Sorry, no, continue.
Just not realizing the absurdity of him standing on top of the surface of the water, just dipping his hand in, as being weird.
And as you dip your hand in, you mentioned you took your glove off. When you raise your hand out of the water, it looks the way that skin looks when there's running blood on it. Your hand looks like it's covered in blood.
This will take some getting used to. He just says he just starts trying to wipe it off on his pants.
It
And
looks
then he'll
blood-stained.
Yeah. As if Branson's not used to that.
Yeah, well.
It's more different that it's not his blood for once.
The maroon tint on all of Clem's clothes suddenly makes a lot more sense.
Mm.
And then Branson will just like be casually strolling alongside the boat, just be like, "All right, it seems like I'll be able to help us. We can probably moor the boat and just walk into the cauldron, depending on how rough the waters are." As he just like slowly starts getting towards the rope and just climbing himself back up.
You are able to, with the help of the both of them, climb back up. And yeah, your boots, wet. And the puddle that you make on the ship deck, yeah, that looks like blood. It looks like blood.
Branson, your skill with magic never ceases to amaze.
Branson will just again look at every time Clem like compliments him on their skill with magic, since Branson literally has like just knows that he can do this because of his connection with his guy. Just gonna be like, "Thank my apparent god."
But is it not you, the one who is directing it? Is it not? This would not happen without you. You are a necessary component. I mean, do you thank the fire for cooking the food, or do you thank the chef?
He'll just watch like, I thank the cook, yes, typically because if you do not, you get a wooden spoon upside the head.
Well, think of yourself more like a cook with magic. You may be getting the ingredients from somewhere else. I kind of like tap your armor a little bit, but you're the one casting it.
I'll try to keep that at heart. Now, I'll leave the riggings to you as I go try to find something that can mop up blood waters. He just gestures to the quickly staining deck.
It won't. It doesn't come out. Everything turns maroon. Get used to it.
Ah.
As if on cue, Sasha and a human form of Juji, approach on the top deck. You see the two of them with mops and buckets of water, and you hear Sasha go, "No, I did not think that it was possible to make the water go from red to clear." "Oh yes, well, I do have a few tricks up my sleeve. I'm happy to help." "Oh hey! How's it going?"
Juji, how did you sleep?
"I slept fantastic." They have like the biggest grin. You can see their gnarly fangs. "No complaints," which I always take to be a good thing. You never know in these lands. I've heard sometimes the dreams can get pretty nasty.
Yeah.
Clem doesn't say anything with that one. It's just like allows the others to speak and almost like goes to the working the rigging.
I would say Branson just takes like the bucket of water and mop from Sasha. It's like, I forgot that you were bunking with us. Next time you take one of the actual beds. I'm fine with sleeping wherever.
Oh, no, it's fine. You all have an empty room beside the hole. I was able to use that space with no problem, but I appreciate the offer.
Branson will just nod, but with the face it's just going, how did we miss another room?
Anyway,
I believe none of us are familiar with ships is likely the reason. Well, most of us.
There's like that slow head term. Everyone just kind of looks at Razvan for 2 seconds but says nothing.
Roslyn's kind of in his own thoughts, just steering the ship.
Yep.
Unfortunately, I only have a little bit of knowledge on how to get up and running things like wagons and a caravan and caravans and such, especially with repairs. I don't know too much about a ship.
well, it's a good thing that we are all learning.
You see Sasha take the other mop out of Juji's hands, who kind of just looks like a shrug, like, okay, I guess I'm not doing anything. Sasha begins to actually mop the deck.
On the topic of ships, I suppose I do have a question. You mentioned before having plans to head into the Cauldron to find out information. Do we have a plan? Do you have a plan?
In regards to what specifically? You mentioned how to approach this, but in what way? I believe the plan right now is to go forward.
Well, I've heard it is dangerous. I also don't know where we are going. As in, you say you are headed into the Cauldron. The Cauldron is a massive, almost lake. It's very vast. Do you have a destination?
We are assuming it's a know it when you see it situation.
Sasha kind of frog blinks at you.
Sorry, it's been a while. Did we have a specific destination?
You were given clues. You were given clues, but not a specific destination.
We are those who wander, not those who know where we're going.
You know the saying.
But
Go ahead.
Go ahead. You first.
You know the saying that all who wander are lost? We typically are.
That is not the saying. Never mind. Look, the point is, thus far we have managed to find our way by being in the rough location we need to be and slowly finding enough clues to piece the rest together. We are adventurers, not always as successful in making the most expedient routes towards our adventures, but we adventure nonetheless.
We were, however, given a given a riddle of some kind, if I remember correctly, that may help guide us. Who was Festial? I believe you had that.
I didn't have it. I think Rosbon had it.
This was a riddle?
It was actually, it was in fact given to you. It was given to you alongside the map.
Given to me. Okay,
Yes.
my bad.
You're okay.
That. Okay. Yeah, Ophistiel pulls the there's a poem, right?
The Tale of
Out
Two
of
Brothers
his
is up in our
pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or like a story. And he looks over it for a little bit, refreshing his memory.
It's
We
supposed to guide us,
can-
if I remember correctly.
Yes, though very cryptically. Because we're looking for the lab of the cult. And this story pointed us towards the mouth of the cauldron, is I believe what we determined.
Well, now that we're in the cauldron, perhaps giving it another read will provide more insight.
I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to call a break. And while we're breaking, if you all want to take the time to read over it and maybe discuss it above table. Does that sound good for you all? Good with you all?
Sounds great. I have to go to the restroom real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, like, take care of your human needs as well.
Yes, I
Sounds
will
like
be
a
right
plan.
back.
I also like Booyah in chat apologizing for all of us. These are all really good and convincing excuses for having no idea where the heck you're going.
I mean, yeah.
Whereas I say that we typically follow our MTS everywhere, which is the mist take us somewhere. I'll see myself out.
All right, well, I will be right back. I'm gonna refill my tea, and I'm actually gonna grab my phone charger.
Sounds good. I will stay with chat while I also find my glasses. Do. There they are. Okay. Now I'm ready to read. Okay. But yeah, I hope you guys are all enjoying this. It's been a minute since we got to get back in the swing of things, so it's been fun just to have our little boat moments. Also, thank you, Bubba.
Yup.
Also, Alpha, how was dinner?
Oh, it was good. I had like this shrimp Alfredo bagged dinner that I just quickly threw on the stove with some extra rosemary and some butter.
Oh, that
It
does
was
sound
really
good.
good. Yeah, it hit the spot. I always like those. They're some of my favorite dinners to get. They're these bird's eye dinners. Like dinners in like a blue bag. It costs like $6, and it's enough to make me go. Oh, I'm so stuffed.
Sorry, you just reminded me of a Matt Bronger bit about socially awkwardly misnaming Hungry Man dinners. I would say people just look up Matt Bronger and Lonely Man Dinners on YouTube. I'm pretty sure the bit's up there. I've always used to tell people whenever they were like, "So Vaughn, how would you describe your sense of humor?" And I'd just be like, to understand what I find funny, imagine mixing Matt Bronger and Kyle Kinane. Though now that I'm no longer drinking, far less Kyle Kinane. But yeah, you can definitely see the Matt Bronger influences in just the bit that talks about how owls are terrible, horrible, horrible monsters and you should be afraid of them. Definitely influenced a lot of Daedalus. I'll see if I can't send it to you, Alpha. You'll get a kick out of it. I have it saved. Oh.
I still love when I joined the campaign. It's like immediately owl situation. I was like, oh no.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And we're also working on something that we might be doing in the off season for Saved by a Spell while Frost and Krista celebrate having brought their new child into the world, which we are all happy for them.
Oh, rad.
But yeah. But so there's some things where it's just like we're playing our characters being in character but doing something else, and so I've just be like, okay, this is gonna be interesting playing Daedalus doing this. Easier if I pull up YouTube for that so I can send it to you.
Two brothers.
I mean, this has to end up better than the Tale of Two Brothers that was in Magic the Gathering.
Which one?
The one that culminates in the Brothers' War.
See, I thought you were talking about War of the Spark because, Ugin Nicobolus.
True.
Two brothers.
I'll just drop this in call text for you, Alpha. Give me 1 second to do. There it is. Fix that. Okay, cool. But yeah, I've been reading over this, and it's just like, I wish I hadn't made Branson at least have an extra point in int, because then it'd be like, oh, he can actually solve puzzles. When me above game, I don't have that point in int. Also, make sure I remember to mark off that spell slot. Okay, cool.
Marco? Polo.
Oh.
And I'm back.
Welcome back.
Who's all here?
Me, ooh, me.
I am here just overthinking the poem and coming up with probably solutions that don't make any sense.
Big same.
I am bad at puzzles.
To be perfectly transparent, a lot of it was just reminding you that it exists and giving you some time to, as a party, actually look over it and read it. Because it's been a minute since it was given to you all, but it is, I'm sure you understand, going to be relevant moving forward.
That do make sense.
I do love that now we can mark like spans of time in the game with being pre and post boat ownership.
It's the next era. It was pre and post Humphrey, and now it's pre and post ship.
Yes, we love the ship post.
Hey, stop ship post.
I got Leah at the thing.
I'll try to remember that, Bubba. Bubba's suggesting that our raid message be post-boat clarity.
Alright, are we all here? Are we all back?
I
believe so.
Cass is here. Or Leah.
I'm here. I'm
So we have everybody. Excellent. So, as a lot of you mull over this riddle, time continues to move. It seems almost like a bit of a haze after this last dream sequence and after all of this, for lack of a better word, this consistent, what seems to be thing after thing after thing. You find the day lulled. The crew, all of you, maintain the ship. You keep eyes on the water, eyes to the sky, and yet despite all of your work, still not sure what exactly this means or where you should go, the day continues to move, as does night. You keep to your watches, and to your surprise, not much happens. The mists move just a bit, but for the most part, it stays quiet. Too quiet. Until the third day of quiet, all of you are beginning to feel a little antsy. Like you expect something more to happen, and yet it hasn't happened. And you're waiting, and you're waiting. And yet, nothing happens. Until about midday. Clem and Leina, both Omen and Vern, alert the both of you as they see something over on the open water.
I think I look over. I look over at Leina, and I imagine kind of a similar response as the birds come.
Clem goes, ah!
Yeah, Leina would head to the front of the ship to go observe what Vern is pointing out.
You
So,
look
Omen,
through.
what did you see?
You look through Vern's eyes, Leina, because you recognize you're not really going to see anything from this
Yeah.
distance away. But Omen looks to you and goes, "There's opening. The valley opens. Water runs. Turbulent.
If I had to guess, we'll be coming up on some rapids soon.
The two
If
of
that is
them."
the
Sorry.
if that is the case, then perhaps there is a river nearby. We should look for the neck of a river.
You're in it.
Yeah,
We
we
should look
were
for the-
coming out of a river into the cauldron, I believe.
Correct.
Got it. Then
Correct.
I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
No, you're good. You're good. Keep that line of thinking, though. Keep that line of thinking, though. You're good. Good.
Clem will actually go off of that because you said, we keep our eyes out. And Clem will say, actually, that's a good idea. Razvan, something about that poem, that it says something about mouth and teeth. Do you think they mean a river mouth?
That is initially what I thought, yes.
Well, let's keep an eye out for another one once we arrive.
It is at this moment where, as a crew, you take your stations, and I am going to need, from the 3 people on the rigging, I am going to need strength checks. I'm going to need a survival check from the helm, and if anybody is in the crow's nest, I'm going to need a perception check.
Strength athletics.
Yes.
Okay. Oh. Oh. Yay.
Is that a dirty 20 on that perception?
No, it's unfortunately because it doesn't have advantage. It just it's the 9.
Okay,
for,
it's
for,
just
for
a 9.
Omen's perception.
This makes
yeah.
sense. This makes sense. Go ahead and roll perception for Vern as well, Leina.
You got it.
But that's a
and-
24 on my athletics.
Okay.
23 on mine.
And this will be with advantage due to keen hearing insight for Vern.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Natural
okay, never mind.
20, 23.
Yep.
And between Razvan and Ephestial, which one of the 2 of you is taking the helm?
Up to you guys.
Razvan's been there the whole time.
Okay. Razvan, survival check, please.
24.
24. Wow. 23, 23, 24, 24, and a 6. As you attempt to enter into this lake or this small sea, Razvan, you immediately, your sailor experience guiding you, you immediately recognize a harsh current hitting the ship, trying to drag it along as a giant wave crashes over and onto the ship. But with the 23 and the 24, that's considered a pass. Clem and Branson, you 2 are able to make sure that the ship is able to stay on course, nothing comes loose. On that 23 perception, what Vern is able to discern, rhyme intended, is a shift in current that is starting to drag the ship inwards towards the outside of the lake and heading straight towards the wall.
Oh. That's not good. I believe we need to adjust course or we're going to crash.
It is at this. Sorry,
ahead.
Nope. You go first.
Leina would point out the impending wall in the general direction, whether or not like the crew can see it, since Vern is able to detect it.
I will pull up the map so I can actually outline where you are at. So if the party is here, you are being drug along this northern wall up at the top. Into here.
I'm
I
not.
think you're pinging on the
seeing-
wrong
I don't
layer.
see anything.
I think I am pinging on the wrong layer. I don't know why. That's so bizarre. No, I'm on the right layer. Let me just refresh Roll20 real quick. I'm so sorry.
You're good.
Not a problem. I will do so as well, just to be safe.
So let's try that again. So you are officially here. Right? Can you see that?
Yes.
This is the direction along this wall. Along this outer wall towards the north. The current is trying to drag you into the wall of the sort of valley.
Leina would do her best to point out those areas as the ship closes in on that spot.
It is at this point where if there is an ability that you would like to use, or if there is something that you might know from your background, hypothetically, that might help you in this situation, you are welcome to do so. Otherwise, I'm going to have you do another set of checks.
I don't believe I have anything on my end, unfortunately.
You know,
Me
the
either.
entertainer background helps. 20 on the survival, please.
Thank you.
Do 13. Oh,
10.
I'll take that over a 6.
I'm debating about trying something silly, but I might just roll the check.
I was gonna say I'm here for silly.
So the silly idea I had was intending for Clem to like get into a position like pinning down ropes or something like that, where like they need to kind of stay still, etc., and then casting hold person on themselves.
I'll allow it if you want to try it.
Just fun. You know what? Might as well.
Yeah,
Trying to
I'll
do
allow it.
creative ideas, and so you know what? There we go. But yeah, it's like gathering ropes, and then we'll kind of like brace themselves in a position, and the chains sort of like come off them, almost like coming to life, like serpents, and then like wrap them in place.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not even gonna ask you to do a check on that since you're using hold person.
All right. Well, thank you. Heck yeah.
Yeah, I like it. I dig it. I am checking on a thing really quickly, actually. For one of the NPCs, I'm looking to see if there is something that they can do. Festial, is there anything you would like to do?
Sorry, I am reading.
You're fine.
Where... So from where we're at, we can see, like, water kind of pooling downward somewhere. Is that what you said?
Yeah, so it seems like the current is doing one of those, like, you see a couple of eddies, but it looks like the current is currently pushing the boat out towards the wall of the valley.
Okay. So the current's pushing us towards the wall, but from, like, if I was to follow, like, the general direction of the current,
Mm-hmm.
is there anything discernible in that direction?
Roll me a free perception check.
Okay. 18.
18. So interestingly enough, not only is there something in that discernible direction, you see a bit of in that, like, in the direction of the current, you actually see an area where a waterfall pools into the cauldron from above on the valley.
Mm.
So it's almost like if you were to continue the trajectory, either A, you're going to smash into a bunch of rocks, or B, you're going to head straight into a waterfall. And it's a giant waterfall.
Oh no.
Oh boy. Okay. For now, he's going to brace himself kind of in the center mass of the ship. And call out, do our best to turn around. If it fails, I think I might have an ace up my sleeve.
Leina will give a firm nod.
And with that, you do both pass on your athletics checks, plus the hold person. With that survival, Razvan, how do you wish to proceed? Like, what direction do you wish to go in?
Preferably away from the waterfall, right?
Okay. Okay. You are able to do so. It's a little difficult, especially with how low those athletic rolls are, but they are a pass. You are able to just barely, just marginally graze by some of those rocks and pass in front of the waterfall, in which you collectively, like a Festial, you and the two birds notice something very peculiar almost instantly. As you're passing this waterfall, there are almost in, like, perfect rows, you see these columns of rocks with flat tops coming outward from where this waterfall hits the water on the bottom. Like, it almost looks unnatural, the way that they're just two columns of rocks. And they do look like solid columns. Like, not like Roman columns, but, like, you know what I mean. Just jutting out of the water.
Clem, kind of like chuckling a little bit, would kind of when the hold person has passed, point at them and go, "Look, everyone, two brothers."
Okay, guys, I have an idea. You might not like it. I think we need to head in that direction.
As you wish, Captain.
Two options clear in vision, yet inconsistent in division.
You notice as you get closer that it's not just the two, they're rows. There's entire rows of columns heading back into the waterfall.
I just want to say, as Clem is happily quoting the riddle, Branson just like sighs, puts his hand to the deck of the ship, and just charges everyone with water walk again.
Okay. I am going to move us once more so you can get a better look as to where we are. Give me just a second. That is not where I want to be. There we go. Apologies for the delay. Technical difficulties.
You're good.
I am fighting with roll 20. Okay.
I believe in you. Kick its ass.
I'm working on it.
Roll 20. Be in roll 20.
I am convinced that it has a vendetta out to get me. Okay. And okay, I've refreshed it again. Did we move?
No.
Not yet. There it is.
Wait.
Oh!
Oh, let's.
Oh boy. Super fun.
It's a good thing you have water walk, eh?
Yeah.
As you notice that as you come closer to the waterfall, jagged rocks jut out from where the water seems to not fully pass over. As the waterfalls on both sides drop down, again, carrying over those perception checks on the inside as you manage to pull your boat in closer, ever so closer, you see an opening hidden on the other side of the waterfall. You should have full control over your tokens. What would you like to do? First off, I should ask, and I will ask in character. Is this at the point where we should lay anchor?
I think we all look at the captain and Rosvan.
Yes, unless we want to return to a ship adrift.
No, lay anchor. I think this is what we're looking for.
You heard the captain, Branson.
Branson will just walk over and, as usual, heft the anchor and then drop it into the water.
And it jostles a bit, almost tugging the boat a little bit, as the current rips and tries to take the anchor away, but it seems to latch onto something. And though the ship bobs and thrashes in the turbulent water, you do not move anywhere. We'll stay back here and keep the ship afloat. Don't worry about us. We got this.
Thank you. So with this water walking, we can just stand on the surface?
Branson will just like put down. I assume we have a ladder for docking, and he'll just kind of unfurl that. Yeah.
Yeah, a gangplank. Yeah.
And he'll just unfurl that, climb on down, stand in the water, and just be like, arms out. Behold, my mastery of magic.
I'm gonna need your choice. Do you want to make a strength save or a dexterity save, my friend?
Looking at Branson, yeah, strength. 14?
14. You barely manage to keep in place, not knocked over by an oncoming wave.
No, okay, forgot to factor in waves. But yes, if you dodge the waves, you're fine, as he'll just, like, gesture to himself, like, now moving back and forth as he sees different eddies, I guess.
Mm-hmm. At this point, you should be able to approach the columns. At least, as far as you're concerned. Now here's my question. Do you continue to walk along the water, or do you choose to climb up them?
Well, that's a good question.
I would say, given he's not dexterous, Branson would probably at least stick to walking across the water, and that way see if he possibly can catch anyone if they fall off the columns.
Okay.
Leina might try going across them. Maybe something required of the poem.
Can I ask how tall they are?
I'm so glad you asked. Jutting out from the water, of course, you cannot see how deep they go in. They appear to be approximately 10 feet above the crashing waves.
I believe this is the entrance, and without much more ado, I guess, Festia, we need to decide which direction we're heading in, or if we're splitting up.
I have a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
How does it sound to you guys that we roll initiative? Not in that sense, but
No, I got you. I got you.
Mhm.
but to,
Yeah, for
to
sure.
guarantee if we're sitting here stuck in indecision, perhaps giving some turn order might help speed things along. I mean, that makes sense. You were the first in. Okay. 4, 22, 5, 13, and 12. For the sake of things, I will say, Branson, do you mind if your turn was just you hopping in the water?
Yes,
this
that's
point?
fine.
Cool. All right, next up in the initiative order then, Leina, what are you doing?
Leina will try to steady herself on the boat and look at these strange pillars ahead. She would actually try to hop on top of one of them, if possible, from that spot.
Absolutely. Make me an acrobatics check.
All right. A 13?
13 is a pass. You make it onto the first one.
All right. Is she able to move any of her movement speed forward, or only one spot for now?
I can say you can move. It'll be, because of the terrain and the situation, I'm going to say it's going to be half movement, but yes, you can move.
Okay. She will only move... She could technically, I think, move 2 or 3 more spaces forward, but she's going to stop at 2 and kind of like turn around in case anybody might need help. Keeping balance kind of deal.
So here's what's interesting. When your foot hits that second pillar,
Mhm.
you feel it shake for just a moment as you hop off.
She turns around and kind of like furrows her brow, and she'll say, "Careful, I think some of these are a little unstable. That one felt like it was about to give out from under me."
Alrighty, anything else you would like to do?
For the moment, she's keeping an eye out in all directions, just
Okay.
being like on edge. Technically, I guess using the dodge action.
Okay. Rosvan, you're up.
Rosbon is just going to move as far forward as he can. 3, 4, 5, 6 to here.
And that's half movement, correct?
So that's move and action.
Okay. Just double checking. Go ahead and roll me an acrobatics check.
18.
18, perfect. You notice, just as Leina had mentioned, that as you're dashing, some of these pillars do seem somewhat unstable, but you are able to move forward without any issue. Movement and action. Festial, it is your go.
He's watching the water, looking very untrusting of it. Clem, may I ask for your assistance to get up top?
Absolutely.
And using Clem as a stepping stool, he wants to climb up on top of the pillars.
Okie dokie.
Sorry,
go
forgot
ahead
I
and
was muted there for a second. That was the delay.
It's okay.
You're good. You're good.
Mhm.
Go ahead and roll me an acrobatics check.
15.
15 is a pass. You are welcome to move your guy.
Yeah, and I guess we will go as far as we can.
Keep in mind it's half movement.
Yeah, that is. Hold on. I suppose that puts me right there. And I'll stand on the right side.
In the same way, even on the right side, you feel some of the pillars are unstable. Go ahead and roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Also 15.
On a 15, you physically feel as the one you are standing on is about to give way, and you hop a square forward, managing to catch your feet as it crumbles into the water below you. Clem.
Clem is gonna kind of like measure some pacing a little bit, like kind of measure out like where they are, and then kind of tuck low a little bit, and everyone would see Clem just like run, sprint, and like jump off in a random direction away from the pillars and like from everyone. But like as they're about to crash into the water midway through the air, I misty step and land there.
Understood.
Nice.
I kind of brush myself off. Sorry, I don't trust myself with balance.
Very smart. Very smart. Remind me, Clem, do you have dark vision?
Clem does not. Nope. Wait, no, I do. I was mixing it up with a different character. I actually do. Forgot, hobgoblins do have dark vision. Dim light 60 feet.
You see not much, but you see the sides of cave walls, and you see something sticking up from the ground ahead of you.
Cave walls, something sticking out of the ground. I can't make anything more than shapes out. It's very dark over here.
And that will bring us back to the top of the initiative order with Branson.
If I may,
Sure.
as an action,
Sure,
I'm gonna
as an
cast
action.
Mage Hand next to the thing and try to pull
Okay.
it.
Next to the what thing?
Thing sticking out of the ground.
Oh, no, it's so you mentioned you have like 60 feet.
Yeah.
It's a ways from you.
Got it.
you
I will
see
cast Mage
multiple
Hand and
things.
begin moving it toward, like, in that
Okay,
direction.
cool. Perfect. Yeah, there are a couple of different things sticking out of the ground. And about 15-ish, 20 feet from you, your mage hand, like, bops the top of it. You sure can touch it. It almost has a springy feel to it. You watch as it kind of bounces a little bit with each touch.
Kind of entertained by that. Clem will do
little.
it a little bit. Yeah, just kind of, futz with it.
Now, Branson, what would you like to do?
For a second, Branson's going to stand there gobsmacked because I realized something. Branson has never actually seen Clem use magic because they were on different sides of the map when they predominantly used most of theirs.
Yeah, you've
So
really
Brand's
just seen Clem, like, throw chains around.
Yeah, so Branson's just like, since when could they do... Why question? Why question? Branson's just going to carefully just move along and making sure not to get swept up in the waves. I'm going to assume, am I also in half movement?
Yes, because it is considered difficult terrain.
Okay, so there's that. And then I'll use my action to move another 3 more spaces, so he's right there, ready to start probably trying to climb up after everyone makes their way across.
And go ahead and roll me another strength save, please.
Oh boy. Oh, 24, thank you.
24. You are ready, you are prepared as another wave crashes in against the pillar. You quite literally ride the wave almost like a surfer would to make sure that you don't end up getting taken away.
Meanwhile, just before the term ends, Branch just goes, I would have thought with the spell I would not have wet socks. That is my turn.
Yeah, well. All right. Next up, we have Leina.
All right. She is going to do her best to move forward And is there enough room to like land in this area safely, or?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, cool. She will use her move and her action to dash to try to jump over there safely.
Okay.
Like so, probably let me see. Yeah, the ruler probably do something like probably like that path.
Okay.
And that will do it, I suppose, for her turn. That's pretty much everything.
Sure.
She'll like hold out her hand to help anybody, like just in case, like they need like a brace or something to make the landing.
Sure. Razvan.
Razvan will cautiously approach as well and use his action to assist anyone who might be shaking.
Sure. I'll take that as like the help action.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. All right. Ephestial.
Yeah, I will dash towards this little sliver of land right here.
You manage to butt out of the way just in time. You do not need to make another dexterity saving throw. I will say that with the help action, both you and Leina are able to stay secure. Thanks to Razvan. And with that, Clem.
Clem will kind of test the like turbulence on the like creek that's coming out from under the waterfall.
I was gonna say, so for clarity, that is supposed to represent the pathway of the waterfall, right? So the waterfall, like moving around the rocks to create that opening, if that makes sense.
Got it.
It's a little difficult from like a bird's eye view, but if you can just, theater of the mind, imagine it.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to attempt to push through that. Then, in that case, moving up this direction.
Okay. Are you planning on riding the body of water?
The intention is to maintain as stable as possible, and then to, after moving, get up to like here.
For like a vantage point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that at all possible, or am I misreading how the map layout is?
You are misreading the map layout just a little bit.
Got it. Would you mind like?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So the hole right there is supposed to be the mouth of the cave. I was trying to work with the limitations of what I had here.
Yeah. Incarnate is really hard to figure out with certain like isometric elements.
Yes, exactly. So your options are quite literally forward. Though what I will say is I'm not gonna say that you can't necessarily climb up there. That is considered the boundary of the map, though, if that makes sense.
Got it. So the option is just forward.
Pretty much. If you're going to go into the cave.
Is it climbing over this set of rocks here?
Yes. Basically.
Got it. In that case, then I will simply just begin climbing in that direction.
Sure. Go ahead and roll me an athletics check or an acrobatics check.
You got it. It's definitely one of those and not the other. 26. Natural 20.
You are able to do so with ease and find yourself with your dark vision. That is not revealing. Roll 20, please.
And assuming that is just movement.
Correct.
I'm going to kind of balance on the edge there and then look down at Hephaestion. Do you trust me?
Always.
I am going to cast Eldritch Blast at Hephaestion,
Oh dear.
but not intending to do damage, just intending to wrap chains and like yank Hephaestion up next to me so that they don't have to climb.
I dig it. I dig it. I'll allow it. If Hephaestion is cool with it, I will allow it.
Yeah.
Chains shoot out from underneath my robes, wrap around you, and I kind of yank and then kind of grab you and then hop down with the two of us into the cave proper. Pardon for touching, but was the safest method of getting you up.
Well, don't completely discredit me, but I do appreciate the assistance.
Perhaps I should have gotten Razvan then. It's kind of like gives you a half smile. And that will be turn.
That'll be turn. Alrighty.
I'll like
Leina.
move 5 feet in, and then that'll be turn.
Branson, not Leina. Branson, it's your go.
Alrighty, Branson will reach into his pack, pull out his grappling hook, and attempt to try to toss it up and then climb up.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just gonna go ahead and say you do. It's not hard. This is one of those things where it's a natural one would be what it would take to fail on this kind of surface. There's plenty to grab hold on.
Gotcha, okay. Well, then Branson will climb up, and if he has any further movement, he'll move into the cave. If not, he'll just back everyone up.
I would take that as your action to use your grappling
Okay.
hook, so you do have movement.
Alright, then Branson will just move in alongside Clem if I can get past my own keyboard. There we go.
Alrighty. Next up is Leina.
All right. Leina will move to slightly better footing, and will ready her halberd and start moving in.
Athletics check to climb, or acrobatics to climb the rocks. Unless you want to have, unless you have something else up your sleeve / on your mind.
Not
Do you wanna use it?
particularly. It would be athletics then.
Okay.
12.
A 12 will suffice.
Okay. You just like look at me and just like wave your hand side to side. All right.
Will suffice.
All right. How much movement does it take to climb in?
Takes half movement.
Okay. So that'd be 5, 15, I believe, to get to there. And then she will make sure to put herself out in front of the group with her weapon at the ready. Kind of move to here. Kind of staying close to the wall. But that will do it for her turn as she keeps a close eye out. Or at least where she can sense anyway.
Sure thing. And Razvan.
Razvan will also move in and very cautiously no, that's not how the spell works. So he will move in and cautiously just kind of keep a weathered eye, drawing out his rapier just in case, but that will be Razvan's go.
Go ahead and roll me your choice of athletics or acrobatics to get through the opening. 11. 11 will suffice. Absolutely. Alright, that brings us to Hephaestion. You're in.
I'm in the cave.
You are in the cave.
Okay. What's the light level in here? Is it pretty dark?
Oh yeah, there is no light in here. It is very much a case of if you don't have dark vision, good luck.
Is there anyone in our party that doesn't have dark vision?
Technically luckily Leina has blind
I'm just gonna say,
sense.
Leina has no vision. So.
I had
She
dark
has
vision.
blind
That's the important part. I had dark vision. Now I have blind sight 10 feet.
Okay.
Which I would note really quickly, your blind sight, you recognize your blind sense, you recognize that pretty much around you you feel, and for those of you with dark vision, like you can see the silhouettes of some fungal growths coming out of the ground. But Lena, you also see slash feel what feels to be almost like a some sort of rock formation. That would be this, and then you kind of feel that there's like an opening in here. And that would be about as far as Lena would be able to tell.
Just for ease in all of our eyes, we will dancing lights.
Sure. What do they look like?
I'll say little white orbs, and you split them 4 ways to try to spread them out.
Heck yeah. For my sake, where would you like to put them? For now.
For now. Let's see. I will, let's cooperate with me. Okay. Let's put one. Can I ping? Or show you how to do, or like show
You should be able to do that.
I don't know how to do that.
So are you at the select tool?
Yeah.
You can click and hold
Okay.
on a spot.
Okay. There we go. The one right there.
Okay. Give me 2 seconds. It's gonna be a little wonky. You're gonna have to bear with me, but I'm gonna use one of the free light assets. I'm gonna use it as a token, and I'm gonna give it to you as something that you can move about
Cool.
to indicate where they are. Theater of the mind.
Okay. Theater of the mind.
Okay, so there's one.
There's one. Go right there. And then one farther back right here.
Okay. And then let me give you permissions. Okay.
And then we'll split kind of back in this darker area.
Ooh, okay. Give me just a second. And I will reveal what's over there once I know where the 4th one is.
And then down in the other dark area.
So you can get right there. Because I believe it's got to be within line of sight. Unless I'm mistaken.
I don't see line of sight. It just says 120 feet.
Well, you can't put it through a wall. So.
Correct.
So, here's what you can see though, with the light giving you a 10 foot radius. You have a couple directions, and it looks like, now that you actually have a better light of it, that opening that Leina you were sensing looks like a straight up cave-in where the wall of the cave collapsed. For visual sake, you get the sense where this rock pile is right here. That is a cave-in. anything else you would like to do on your turn of Festial?
Yeah, he's gonna start to wander a little bit farther in, next to the
Sure.
weird rock.
You get a better view of it now. It looks like it's really weirdly shaped. It's really jagged on top. It seems to be almost like thicker on the top and almost thinner on the bottom, and it looks like it's embedded into the ground.
What does the ceiling look like?
That's a great question. You look up. You see a lot of it's stalactites on the top, correct? Mites are on the bottom.
Yes.
I know my words.
Well, it doesn't help that they made them almost identical.
I know, right? So if I remember correctly, stalactites come from the top. T for top, right? There are a lot of those. You do, however, and I'm so glad you looked and you asked, you do see little tiny spots, not many, but a few little tiny yellowish spots on the wall and on the ceiling, but mainly stalactites.
As we move forward, watch your heads. Listen for potential breakage.
Alrighty, Clem, your go.
Kind of acknowledging that with an aye aye, Captain. Before beginning to move inward further, I will move up 30 feet.
As the ceiling begins to rumble just a little bit, as if on cue, Clem, I would love a dexterity saving throw.
Absolutely. 16.
You manage to just barely dodge out of the way as a rock just seems to almost cut off, again, almost on cue from the ceiling, and smash into the ground below. And I will say for sake, here's small. Whoops, not that. Hello. Nope, that was you. Okay, there's two of you.
Yeah, no, I have Omen in my in my pocket.
That's fine. That's fine.
So I'm keeping
Sorry.
Omen with me. No, it's all good. It's all good.
was-
You can drag off of it and highlight both of them and then move.
Got
them
it.
both at the
Got
same
it.
time.
I was just zoomed out, so I didn't even notice that you had the second icon on there.
Rat.
I was like, wait a minute, wait
Rat.
a minute. There's
Clem's
a
gonna
rat.
get moved.
There's a rat. All right, yeah. So for narrative's sake, you sidestep out of the way. No cost to you specifically. And if I can grab my token really quickly, my interactive environment. That's not what I was looking for. There we go. Boulder.
Awesome. In that case, I'm going to kind of recognize that as what is happening, and I'm going to lean down and I'm going to kind of pet Omen. And as I pet Omen, some mist swirls around them, and I'm going to turn Omen from a rat into a spoder, actually.
Spoder.
And Spoder Rat will move up here, climb onto the wall, and then begin moving this direction.
Amazing. Does Spoder have vision?
It is always they always have the same fucking stats, which is very useful a lot of the time. But they have not only 120 foot of dark vision, they also have devil sight, so they can see through magical darkness as well.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I wasn't entirely sure, but I thought so. And that is as much as Omen is able to see.
I'm going to call back to the group. I am having Omen check the left path. And that will be...
Okay. Top of the turn order. Branson.
All right. Branson will do.
Just gonna move
He'll
right
move-
with Omen real quick.
That is,
Up.
so you are standing on a rock right now. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I just realized as well. I should have, now that you guys have entered into the cave, let me change the music a little bit.
I like the idea when we were just entering it was still this because it was probably the rough waves lapping. against the
Sure,
shore.
but now that you're actually deeper into it.
Ooh.
Ominous echoing.
Cave sounds.
What I was trying to say is, Branson, you are standing on a stalactite right now. That is considered a wall. There you go.
Yeah. Branson will look over there and he'll pull out his notebook and he'll just like here. Where was it? They followed the path off center towards the stomach so tender. Crushed became one. And he's just gonna point over to the cave-in. So if that's where he got crushed, then I would assume this is the path off center. He's just looking around for confirmation because he's not sure how literal to take this thing.
Clem, without like saying anything, seems very focused and almost has like one hand on the wall and their eyes are closed. Will just give you a thumbs up.
Okay, then Branson will use the last of his movement to get there and just try to use his dark vision to see if he sees anything past the lights.
Was taking a sip of my drink. Let me reveal
You're good.
some stuff. It's a little wonky, so give me just a second to try to reveal this.
All good.
Oh yeah, revealing diagonal with the
Yep.
the base fog is difficult.
Yep.
It is a lot easier if you practice with the polygon reveal, actually. It allows
okay.
you to do angular reveal a lot of
Cool.
you just have to you pick the shape yourself. So you can get a little
okay,
fucky,
cool.
but it's how I do all the dynamic lighting in Cauldron.
Cool. Thanks for the heads up.
But yeah, Branson will keep an eye down that path and he'll try to hear because assuming that again if they're heading towards the stomach area there'll be some kind of like rumbling sound. And so he'll probably try to listen for that.
Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Okay. That's a 7 both ways.
Man, it sure is an echoey cave, and even the subtle sound of a rock just dancing across the ground seems to carry a long distance.
Branch just flicks his tongue angrily, being like, I wish I had smell-o-vision on here. But that's pretty much all I can do for this turn.
Alrighty. Next up, Leina.
Ready? Leina will move up to here. Actually, to here. We'll spend 25 movement to get to here.
Okay.
Looking around. What
As
is?
you-
Oh, you go ahead first.
Nope, you first.
Oh, well, fine. I'm noticing there's like a trail through here. What is this on the ground? Is it water or is it like...
I'm so glad you asked. It's not water. Go ahead and roll me your choice of a nature or a survival check. Each one will get you a different answer.
I'm better with survival. I'll give that one a shot. 18.
It's a trail, that's for sure, but it's not water, or at least not currently. As you sort of feel the ground with your hands, two things become very clear to you. Number one, there are indentations of some kind that also coincide with this weird blackish substance. The other thing that you notice is that unlike the rest of the ground around you, the ground that is moist from, a river, right? Everywhere, despite the fact that this trail cuts through the middle, it feels almost bone dry. Like you could just brush it away. And yet, as you try to do so, the black continues to stay.
And it kind of like purses her lips a little bit. It's like... I know what you had said earlier about the trail off center. But if I didn't know any better, I would say this substance is some kind of disgusting trail, or at least leftovers from something. Ugh. If I didn't know any better, I would say something exited the cave here and left something behind. I don't like that. And it looks like the dang fungus is actually like growing along that trail too. Leina's going to move up to this side wall right here and just kind of like try to like cast her senses down to the west. Just trying to make sure to keep her ears out if anything sticks out down that way.
Sure. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
All right. Oh, another 18.
So far, you don't hear anything, though the rumbling of the cave, distant, does catch your ear just a little bit.
Sounds like something shifted far away. We should probably try to be careful. And she says she like kind of like make sure she has better grip on her halberd, and that'll do it for her turn.
I muted. I'm so sorry. I thought I didn't hit mute. Instinctually, I did. Razvan, it is your go.
Razvan is going to move up, kind of moving in between the group and looking around his surroundings, kind of taking in the moment before looking towards Branson. Well, you've let us into danger and gotten us out of danger more times than I care to count. What say you one more time? and he will give him a point of bardic inspiration.
Thank you.
And that will
Let's
be
go.
last month's turn.
Perfect. Ephestial.
After seeing Clem send Omen down on the path to the left, he's gonna walk farther down to the right.
Okay.
And move some of my lights deeper.
Yeah.
If I can position this map. Okay. So I'm gonna put one light there.
Okay.
And I'm gonna put this. Oh my god. I'm gonna put this one right there. This one down here. Okay, and actually I can move one more square then. Looking to the right of me, is that a skeleton?
Hold on. Let me zoom in. Because I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it is.
Okay.
I was gonna say it could be one of us three in the call, but it also could be somebody else.
You know, pressing X to doubt.
Is the skeleton humanoid?
You may roll a nature check if you'd like.
Okay. 14.
You do see immediately, speaking, a rib cage. You see what looks like 2 shoulder sockets. A couple of vertebra. Oh, there it is. It's embedded into the ground a little bit, but you do in fact see a humanoid skull.
Hmm. Also, looking at where the leg bone should be, is one of them broken?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Alright, everyone, if I'm reading this poem correctly, I believe the correct path is to go towards the west. Clem, has Omen seen anything telling?
Unfortunately, as a spider, he's a little bit slower. I will let you know in a moment.
Well, if we had to listen to this clue, it says crushed became one, and after that, the able brothers sped fast, as his brother took the opposite path. Well, I suppose this path over here branches out too. Ugh. Well, riddles aren't really my strong suit.
You're doing great.
Well, I suppose if we read it this way, if this is where the crushing happened, and all we need to do is maintain a path off-center. Then I suppose either to the left or the right of here. I think.
That does make sense to me, but there is no pressure on time limit. If we get it wrong, then we can just come back.
Oh, there's no telling what we'll find in this cave, and caves are quite treacherous all around. You can't really rely on hearing. Any echoing could throw you off. The ceiling is unstable.
We are together. As long as we keep that a constant, we can go anywhere.
Yeah, that'll be turn, but he's gonna stay firm on going that way.
Alrighty. Clem.
Clem will absolutely like trusting a Festiel. We'll kind of move up to this wall, but we'll still have Omen continue moving down this wall
Sure.
and start to peek around.
So let me describe a little bit about what Omen sees, because top down is helpful, but it's not everything.
Mm-hmm.
As Omen further goes into the cave, right? First things first, you see a cave-in, or Omen sees a cave-in to the north with an opening, and immediately hears, yes, with Omen's perception, hears the sounds of running water. To the south, Omen sees what looks to be a door frame, but the door itself has clearly been ripped off its hinges some time ago. There is no remnant of the door. Immediately all the way to the very, very end, obviously there's another door frame, completely surrounded and covered around its around its sides and around the cave walls are these bright, vibrant orange mushrooms. There appears to be an opening immediately again to the south, and an opening again to the north.
Do I recognize the mushroom?
Oh yeah. But there's what is different about these mushrooms is not in their color, is not in their, their hue, so to speak. It is one of the things that you notice, particularly about the orange ones, is just how vibrant they are. In fact, they're a bit, dare I say, like not enough to actually give mechanical light, but they're a bit bioluminescent, and they look healthy. They look healthy.
Got it.
You will note as well, really quickly too, if I did not make this clear, the yellow and the orange are two different types of mushroom.
Yeah. That does make sense. And I do recognize this kind of mushroom, correct?
Yes. You saw these mushrooms back at the old shacks.
Got it. Thought so. Wanted to double check.
Yep.
To continue on that train, I think Omen a little bit more carefully, if anyone was doubtfully so because of, spider in corner of dark hallway, but will go invisible as well.
Okay.
Then kind of climb over the top of the door frame, and that will be their turn.
Did you want to peep inside as well, or were you just going around it?
The intention was to look in.
Cool. Wanted to make sure before I revealed that, so just to make sure that I was on the same page and that you understood what was in front of you.
Yeah.
So,
is it okay if I say that they would take a look in just about every turn that they would come across? Okay.
That physically that they're around, yes. And what I will tell you is immediately what Omen sees on the floor appears to be two ends of broken stabs and racks of weapons.
All right. Clem will call out to the group. Door at the far end of the hallway, covered in mushrooms akin to what we found in the shacks. There's a run-down armory in the room to the south and a collapse going up north.
Should we take care of that?
What do you mean?
Keeping the
Just barely still able to hear you with Omen.
Oh.
Yeah, because I can't hear anything when I'm in.
Right. Just in case others may need their weapons, disabling their ability to arm themselves could help.
They do not look in the best condition, and they look like they have not been used in some time. But if you wish, and I point towards the room it's in, over here.
She would nod at that information, not knowing that they aren't in the best conditions. Like, well, maybe they've just been left there then from previous occupants or something.
Kind of nod in agreement. I believe that will be my turn.
Alrighty. Top of the turn order, Branson.
All right, Branson will follow Ophestiel and get to the little nexus here. And taking from what Leina pointed out with the trail, Branson will kind of like look in and examine it, especially since we're kind of looking at this four-way intersection, and try to discern if Ophestiel was right about which way that we should be going, just based on what seems to be probably like traffic or whatever.
May I ask what you mean by that?
He's basically
like, what are you looking for?
Yeah, he is looking for, again, like, we know that the path that's been worn is suspiciously dry. He probably also looking for signs of like the dirt being disturbed, brushed away. If there's deeper drag marks than just the discoloration, stuff like that, just to show how worn the path is.
Survival check.
Thank you. 13.
So that's the thing. You see like an indentation a bit. It's very subtle in where the trail is. It's hard to discern if there are any sorts of like footprints or drag marks. It literally just looks like almost like whatever this black is has almost eaten away at the ground. Like it's very subtle, but it's just that, right? Anything that might have gone through it, anything that might have stepped in it, sure, there might be some level of, because it's not smooth is the thing, but there's nothing discernible aside from just the discoloration and the direction.
I suspect this discoloration is somehow tied to the fungus. If I had to guess, following it one way or another will probably lead to at least something tied to the cult.
And to that point, you do see the yellow fungus predominantly seems to be growing, from what you notice, either around or in it directly.
Mm-hmm. I'd almost imagine that the yellow fungus and will just like gesture towards the one by this light. Might be absorbing some kind of nutrient from the soil and just leaving it like this. He turns to look at Ophestia and be like, did I figure out how nature works?
Nailed it. Gold star.
I went to a public school. Please tell me if I'm right.
Yeah, it shows. Yeah, I mean, fungi are strange. They actually might feed on more creatures akin to what you and I might. They can kind of get nutrients from all sorts of things. The ground, yes. I wouldn't be surprised if there were creatures in here that fell victim to cave life and has been consumed by mushrooms as well. However, they're very healthy, so something in here is keeping them alive.
Alright, well that's basically what I've got for a turn. Though I'd probably also add that there's probably at least a certain area around Branson that's also light because he'd probably have his lantern out.
Sure. And currently there is no change.
Thank you, but that ends my turn.
Okay. Next up, Leina.
Alright. As things are being explored that direction, Leina will start heading to go meet up with Ophestial and Branson. Let's go over here. So, which direction do you think might be the appropriate one? Some of that sickly substance appears to be in some of the corridors, but not one of them.
Well, if we're following the poem, it specifically said not centered, which means we would be following this sickly trail either to the right or to the left. That's not to say we couldn't venture down center, but if I were to harbor a guess, I'd say we go left.
That seems like a good call to me. Leina will use her last 5 feet of movement to move just right here. And just make sure to keep an ear out for anything that may suddenly occur in the area. And that will do it for her turn.
Razvan.
Razvan will move up to here, and kind of just keeping a measured eye is going to actively be looking for any potential threats.
Perception check.
Soft 20.
I'm gonna give this to you. Because you were smart enough to notate that you were looking for active threats. So that skeleton at Branson's feet, I'm pretty sure it moved. You saw the hand twitch.
Friends, I don't think that skeleton is fully dead.
Immediately whip crack towards the skeleton at his feet.
Yeah, sure is a skeleton.
I saw it move. I swear.
Since I'm going to assume the lantern hasn't changed color, Branson's going to step off of the
Correct.
skeleton. Yeah.
I'm gonna give you
With-
advantage on this. Roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh boy. Do. That's a 20.
20. As he alerts, like, I saw it move, I saw the hand move, and you look at your lantern, notice it hasn't changed, and you opt to step off it just as your foot exits its reach. You watch as the hand reaches out trying to grab your ankle, misses, and then sinks back in to the dirt.
Branson, probably on reflex, is probably going to take his axe and bring it down onto that arm.
On your turn.
Yep.
You can certainly do that on, unless
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
there wouldn't be a reaction here. Yeah, no. On your turn, yeah, you can absolutely do that on your turn. Yeah. Anything else you would like to do, Razvan?
He's just gonna look confused. Look at the lantern, look at Branson, look at the skeleton. Do like a double take rotation on that. You sure your lantern works? We've encountered a lot of undead-like things, and it's never changed colors.
Branson just be like, I hate it here. It does not work here.
That'll be Razvan's go.
All right. Mephistiel.
Yeah, with everyone kind of in tow with his idea, I'm gonna step a little bit farther in. I'm gonna move some more of my lights down this left path. And I guess at this point, if they're gonna keep moving forward, he's probably gonna keep one as far down the path as he can and kind of keep them all in a rotation to light enough of their path. I think it is a 10-foot radius. So
Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm fighting.
Yeah.
I'm fighting roll 20 right now.
As it goes.
There you go.
Yeah, so like every 2 squares, I'm gonna pop a light.
That did not work the way that I wanted it to. Hang on. There we go.
Yeah, and then I'm also gonna move the one right next to me, right there.
As you look in, it's a little difficult to see because a lot of it is cave-in at this point, right?
Yeah.
But what you do get to see, it's just barely in your line of sight. You do see the one, yeah, obviously the mushroom here, but you see what appears to be You know the hand crank mechanisms that are often used to on ships to like lay or pull up anchors that have to be like man like there you physically have to like hold on to the bars and you have to like push to crank them.
Hmm.
It's one of those, except you immediately notice one of the rungs is missing. And behind it, a giant sealed door. When you get closer in, I will describe the rest of the space, but that is what you are able to see from your line of sight.
Okay, and I was gonna use the rest of my movement to go right here.
Sure. Perfect. You see a second one. But this one, so the one on the left has its eastern rung missing. The one on the right has its western rung missing. And each of them has three sort of rungs or oh, there's a better word for it and I'm blanking on it. Thank you, spokes sticking out. One to the north, one to the south, and then one in the opposing direction.
Okay, just one more time while I make note. The left one has which
the
rung missing?
eastern one missing, and the right one has the western one missing. So basically they're swapped.
Yeah.
The door itself, by the way, is massive, and you can clearly see a lot of artistry put into it. You see what appear to be the remains of vines once living, but now decrepit and decayed around the outer frame. You see in the stone etchings, designs worn with time across the front of it. It appears to be some sort of slab, clearly some type of door. And at the very top, on the frame, you see what appears to be the symbol of quite literally a mushroom, but it appears to be made of like stained glass, and you see light, just very, the light from your dancing lights, very carefully passing over it and giving it a little bit of a shimmer.
All right, well, let's turn.
That is turn. Clem.
All right. I am going to, sort of hand on the wall. I'm going to like flavor-wise say I'm moving at half speed.
Sure.
And I'm going to have Omen continuing to explore this path.
Sure.
Do you?
Okay, cool. So I will go ahead and reveal quite a bit, because 120 feet. 120 feet is quite a bit. So give me just a second. The first thing you'd notice, you as an Omen would notice, it appears that there is a bit of a cave-in right there. What probably once led to something now appears to be some sort of dead end. But in terms of line of sight, in the northern direction, there's quite a bit that you see, especially from your specific point. Let me fix this. Okay. We're learning. We're using a new tool, so bear with me.
All good?
Yeah.
Also, I think I know what you were trying to do earlier, and you can do the inverse lighting with it. It just is a little fiddly.
I was not trying to. I am just learning how to use a new tool.
Super valid. I'm just trying to be helpful.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you trying to give me credit for something I was not trying to do.
Fair enough. Roman's gonna move here and try to look through this rubble, see if there's anything in that direction or if it's just a cave.
So that there is a wall. The opening is towards the south.
Got it.
You can see the.
Is there any way from here I could have gone like this and then this direction?
Sure, you probably could have. Yeah.
Yeah, because I just would have wanted to look in there, and
Sure.
that was the intention.
You see a living plant. That's for sure.
Yep, that's totally normal.
You also see that is definitely if there was any confusion, those are also definitely bones.
Yeah, he is wrapped up in the plant, I assume.
Yeah, but the plant is still alive.
Yeah.
And you
is
see
the
that
plant moving at all?
It is. It sure
Yeah,
is.
I kind of thought it might be. Yeah.
And it's got
You know what?
the
I
water
don't feel
source
like
right
having
there.
I don't really feel like having a vine coup de grace me. I don't really feel like getting
Yeah.
assassinated by a plant today.
That's fair. That's fair. You do see the water source right at its metaphorical feet.
Yep. Omen's gonna just continue down that path, and then you all hear Clem say, "Well, we have some more revelations on the left end. If you were to head to the far door with the mushrooms, and then head south or back towards the lake, you would encounter a cave-in, replete with more mushrooms and what was likely something beyond it. It's possible the mushroom door would connect back to it, but as of now, that entrance is sealed. There's another small alcove surrounded by a cave-in with what looks like a plant currently eating someone. Lastly, there is a path northward, and I'm having Omen continue along it. I cannot hear you. If you wish to speak with me, tap twice so I can listen to this area. If you heard me now, don't respond, I suppose. I wouldn't know either way. I'm gonna stop talking now.
Please leave her a message after the beep.
Clem is busy at the moment.
With that, here's what I'm gonna do. We'll do one last round in the initiative order, and then we're gonna call it a night there. How does that sound?
Sound good to me?
Okay.
Fair enough.
I'm just looking at the time, and while we're definitely knee deep into it, I don't want to keep you too late. So, Branson. Axe.
Yeah. I want to believe that for half a second they were paying attention to Clem just like staring vacantly, and then just turns back to like a skeleton and immediately is just like, yeah, X. Do. So I assume that's an attack roll?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's an 8.
So here's the thing. You technically, because it's technically prone, you technically have advantage.
I will take that. So that's
a
a
lot of
20
technically.
for 4 slashing,
Yeah.
and if it's undead, takes 3 force.
It is not undead, and something catches your eye as you sever the wrist from the rest of the hand. You notice a black, inky substance, almost like a goopy, almost mud, but darker, blacker. It almost looks like obsidian. Drips out from the severage and into the ground below.
Now I've got a he who funny question for you. Does this Icarus substance seem familiar, considering we may have walked through a cave that was full of it at one point?
You can roll a nature check.
I would love to, thank you. That's a 14.
Can you clarify and remind me what it exactly is you're referencing?
When we were traveling through the cave with Barhu, when we were leaving it, and we discovered that the first source of what we thought was the blight, and we used the holy water I had to try to purify it a bit.
Yeah, there's something that's a little different about this, right? Because you were able to purify that with the holy water. You get the sense that this is similar, very similar, but there's something different about it.
Branson will just look
You're
too
not sure
rough.
if it's the viscosity, the thickness. You're not entirely certain, but there is something markedly different about this. Can't quite put your finger on it.
Yeah, Branson will look to Razvan and go, it may not be undead, but if you remember the caves with Barhu, we're probably not far off from some, as he just kind of like wipes the whatever ichor's left on his axe blade off in the dirt and tries to head towards behind Ophestiel to try to keep them safe.
Oh, you wipe it off? Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. That's a 12, and I'm going to use the Bardic Inspiration, which I believe is a D6.
It is a d6 at this level, yes.
So 15.
Yeah, it's a really good thing you use that Bardic Inspiration. As it burns your fingers, you only take 2 points of poison damage.
And you'll just hear Branson hiss and just go, also don't touch it, it's corrosive. But yeah, that will end my turn as I just move up to back up Ophestiel.
Yeah. Leina, it's your go.
Alrighty. Leina,
Oh, no, sorry.
before-
Bardic Inspiration is D at this level. I forgot it starts at 5th, not 6th. Regardless, you're good.
Before Leina moves, she'll kind of like look at what just played out there and say, didn't your lantern detect if some type of magic animates undead, right?
Yes, within 300 feet. It has yet to
Not
go
be
off. You'll
magic.
just say,
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, he will then look back to Lane and just go, it has not gone off yet. I'm sorry.
It may not be magic animating the bodies. She kind of says, like, looking at the stuff coming out of the skeleton's wrist. Could be something worse. Then she will... Obviously, she's going to head... She'll head the direction over here first just to do a listen. Like, over here to this spot right here. To just cast a listen down this hall.
Sure.
Before heading back toward Branson on Festival.
Perception check.
Alrighty. 14.
You hear two things in particular that you definitely shouldn't be able to hear. The plip of dripping water or some type of liquid, and the crackle of a flame.
She'll lower her voice a bit and turn around and say, I hear fire from this direction. There's an open flame or torch or something in this direction. We should try to be careful. And with that bit of knowledge given out, She will actually hold position there as others like continue to move up toward like whichever direction we're gonna go.
Okay.
Just in case something comes running out this way, she'll be the one to like block it.
Do you want to hold an action?
Yeah. She will ready an action to retaliate against anything that comes at her threateningly from that way.
Sure, absolutely. Okay. Roswan.
All right. Shocked that the mere touch could be incredibly damaging. He is then again going to move forward slightly and peer at the skeleton, worried it might move again. Or this skeleton up here.
Yeah, that is a skeleton, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, it is. Looks like a Festial put his dancing lights right over a bunch of skeletons.
Unintentional, but
Keep his eyes
it's just that
pointed
you
towards
can
skeleton
really.
with the rapier out, and he will, I suppose, take a defense action or
Sure.
dodge action. That's the one.
Yeah, go for it. Dodge action. Alrighty. Next up is a Festial.
Let's see. He's going to move towards the wheels, or whatever you call them. And just for safety's sake, I'm gonna stretch this light a little bit farther down this path to keep an eye out.
It sure is a cave.
It sure is a cave, but I do want to see if something's gonna come barreling down that hallway at us,
Yeah.
just in case. And before he starts messing with the wheel, seeing Rosvan a little perturbed. Clearly these skeletons aren't alive. I would just recommend staying away from them. Clem and I found something a little odd about that black fungus. It seemed to have animated itself. As long as you don't go near it, I don't think it should hurt you.
He'll nod.
And remind me what is on the fancy door, not above the fancy door, but like on the fancy door itself.
So, again, there is, I mean, besides the mushrooms, of course, there are a lot of engravings. They don't look like runes. They don't look like runes. They look like fancy, well, what once was probably some sort of fancy engraving. You see the remnants of like filigree, leaves, mushrooms.
Does it look like a design or does it look like a language?
Roll me an intelligence check.
Okay. That's a 5.
You have no idea, my guy.
Cool.
Which makes sense because you're not a native Cardigan. So like there's that part of you that's just like, oh yeah, you know, how would I know? Yeah. You're not sure.
Well, without any context clues,
You'll notice that there's an opening as you stand in front of the wheel and you look at it, right? Where that spoke is supposed to be, there is like an opening, like a slot.
In that case, I guess he will look on the ground in the surrounding area to see if that missing spoke is around somewhere.
There sure are bones on the ground.
Yeah, there sure are.
There sure are bones on the ground. But you don't see any wooden spokes. You do see femurs, though. Tibia. You
How
see
how
some
big?
vertebrae.
Yeah, how big? How big are these spokes?
Pretty decently sized. Oh my gosh, that's about. I love the fact that crafting has given me the ability to like estimate inch sizes. It's about 3 inches diameter.
Okay, and lengthwise.
Uh, what do you mean by like you mean you mean like the spoke itself?
Yeah.
I mean it's enough for a person like a whole person to crank, so maybe about like I don't know, like a yard? Like a good yard, like a solid yard. And they're like now that you're looking at them, they're really well made too. They're a little old, maybe a little uncared for, but they're really well made.
Then I have a funny idea that might not work, but why not? The skeleton next to me, does he
Uh-huh.
have a pretty decent sized femur?
Yeah, he does actually.
And just for uh safety's sake, is there any of that black substance visible from the outside?
You could roll me a nature check.
I will do that. Oh, that is a 9.
Not that you could tell. I mean, aside from what's directly underneath it, you can't tell. Not that you
Okay.
can tell.
He's gonna take his staff to kind of like pick at the femur
Sure.
and roll his direction.
Sure.
Just in
Roll it.
big sketchy.
Yeah, sure.
And he's gonna pick that femur up and try to
Yeah.
wedge it in the missing slot.
And you do, and it gets stuck right in there.
Cool. I don't know if that's gonna do anything,
you
but it's
never know.
I fixed it.
Anything else you would like to do on your turn? I'll take that as an action.
Okay.
Bonus action.
I guess for now, for next time, I'm gonna come to this side and be prepared to do the same thing to the other one.
Sure. All right. Amazing. Clem.
Clem continues the like 15 to 10 feet at a time, just sort of keeping on that wall.
Yep.
And I'm gonna have Omen move up 20 feet, invisible spider crawl speed.
All right. Let me move my map over to where you're at. Give me just a second.
Yeah, we're on the
That was-
opposite side over here. I'm
we
doing
sure
recon.
are.
The
right.
fuck is that?
Where did you go?
Welcome to the left side.
Yeah, right. Left side of the map. Where did you go? Where did the rat go? Where's Rat?
Oh,
Where did you-
rat's right here. Rat's right here.
Okay, thank you. I was like, where did you go? I can't see the rat.
Welcome to the party, pal.
All right, here we go. You ready for this?
Here,
And
pink
you're-
dot, pink rat.
Thank you. You ready for this? You're gonna get a verbal description too. Are you ready?
I mean, what a great way to leave off the session, am I right?
I know, right? Because you get such a nice view of what immediately catches Omen's attention is the sound of running water. But this water is not red. It is clear. It is like the water that you normally know that you can drink. And from it, you see the trail leading in 2 directions. Number 1, to a bush that seems to be growing incredibly well, but also to a well in which seems to be cracked. You see, next to the well, a plant, carnivorous in nature, of a very large size. It is about 12 feet tall, total. That seems to just be waving in the wind, with vines connecting from it to the well. You see to your left and to your right 2 other live wavy vine plants that are just waving. They're just hanging out. And in this collapsed cavern, you obviously see three different, shall we say, openings, cavernous openings. To the north, to the southeast, and to the northwest.
I think that the only thing Clem says for this room right now, at the moment, is, well, did anyone bring any plant food?
And that is where we're going to end tonight's session.
Everybody just looks over and says, "Oh, Clem," and then the curtains close.
Oh, Clem, and then we all like hear in the other room.
And then you cue the sitcom outro music.
It's the fucking Steinfeld theme. Good session, y'all.
Thank you, Saris.
We're so back.
I mean, we get to do
Into the thick of it.
Oh yeah, no, we got ourselves a full-on dungeon crawl, so this is fucking awesome.
Yeah. I've been sitting on this for a while, so I'm excited to finally sink our teeth into it.
It is not disappointing.
Well, don't want to keep you too much longer. Shall we go around the horn, de-introduce ourselves?
De-introduce. All right.
Yeah. I can't take credit for that. I can't. Connor says that all the time. I can't take credit for that.
Pretty good.
I'll start us off. Hey, if you're interested in what I'm about, you can find me all over the internet at TixDixel. You can find me tomorrow at the Musing Thalia or Leah's channel for some more Near Replicate. You can find me on Fridays over at Distortion Devil's channel for some more Kazdor's Guide to the Cosmos. We are in the thick of it there as well. Things are getting really juicy. Highly recommend you come and check it out. And then Saturday, we are back here for some more No Love War Extra with our amazing host, Burnout Vaughn, and a friend of the channel, Zacho Duo. That's what I've got going on this week. For other announcements and other things going on, check my Blue Sky. That's where I talk about stuff. And that's me. Thank you all for having me, and thank you all for playing. I'm going to pass the skull to... What do the dice decide today? I'm going to juggle the skull to... Kaz.
Hello, I am Catastrophe Cos. You can find me on Instagram at Blue Sky, under that name, or under my art name, Sarcastic Vision. I've been doing a lot of crafting lately. I've been doing off and on art lately. I will also be appearing as a guest cosplayer at Fan Expo Portland, in the middle of next month. So I am getting prepared for that. But if you want to watch any of the stuff that I'm working on for that event in particular, follow my Instagram because I've been working a lot. But yeah, that's me. And I'm going to nominate Skelly.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. I'm Skelly Alpha. I can be found under the same name, Twitch and Blue Sky. This week is starting on Tuesday. We're going to be doing more Liminal Lads, which is a Minecraft Backrooms playthrough with pals Technomancer VT, Hatling Hatoru, and Mocking Moth. Wednesday, we're going to ring in the new year by playing a whole bunch of Balatro mods. Thursday, maybe happening, it depends. We will be doing potentially the Paper Mario Dungeons and Dragons campaign, Paper Mario and the Cosmic Caper. And Saturday, we return to playing Silent Hill 2 Remake. And because I reached the goals of the Donathon, after that's done, I will most likely be doing a run of Silent Hill F sometime in the near future after that. And that will pretty much do it, at least for the moment. And I will pass it over to Zan.
Hi, that's me. I am currently stuck within the malaise of cancellations and postponements until after the new year is up. But I post everything I'm gonna do and am doing currently on my Blue Sky at Xanos Grim. That's me. And I think that is. Oh, it's time for Leah. Here you go. Here's the skull.
Oh, thank you. Zan gave me his skull, which means you should check out Zan at Xanoscrim on Bluesky. I am amusing Talia. I'm on my channel on Mondays. I'm on Connor's channel on Fridays, and I'm here on Sundays. If you like anything I do, then you can find me in those places. And right back here in a couple weeks for some more of this on our lovely host channel, Bernard Vaughn.
All right. Well, that just
Who
leaves
I'm
me.
handing
with
the skull to. Yeah.
Why, thank you.
Crickets.
But yeah, hi. You've already found me here at twitch.tv/BurnoutVaughn. You can find me on Blue Sky and YouTube at Burnout Vaughn, over on Patreon, Burnout's Bar. Yeah, most of what I've said is basically already been said, but just to reiterate, tomorrow I'll be joining Saris and Leah for Near Replicant, where we're having a real fun time. And then on Saturday, yeah, we're getting back into the tail end of Dispatch with episodes 5 and 6 on No Level or Extra. So if those sound down your alley, then please come check us out. It's going to be a real fun time. We're doing both. And I see that Connor's on, so we'll just raid over onto him. And I still really love Bubba's actual raid message suggestion, so I think we're going to go with post-boat clarity.
Post-boat clarity it is.
Thank you all for coming out. We will see you again in 2 weeks' time. We love you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.